Hey there, I'm Charlotte, the Gulf Coast Granny, and tonight I wanted to talk about the rising food prices and inflation and the state of things in this country, um, and mostly just food prices, honestly. I don't want to get into the politics. I know there's things happening in the world, and so do you, and and that's great, but I know those things are also going to affect the food prices and prices of other things. It's not just food. So, but let's talk about food. So, one of the main things I wanted to talk about is how everybody is combating or adjusting or dealing with the high food prices. Because I know in our home, I've added $100 a month to our food budget. Hey, Terry, how are you? It's good to see you. Thanks for being here, my dear. Can you hear me okay? I'm going to wait 1 second until he says he can hear me. But anyhow, that's what I've done. And also, I've started shopping more sales and tailoring the food plan or the meal plans to what's on sale. I got a list here. It's not a very long list. It's just like bullet points to help me remember what I was going to say. Oh, good. You can hear me. um, anyhow, what I do, I've been using digital coupons. Now, I'm not a couponer. I'm just not. It's a waste of my time. I feel like all you do is sit for hours and clip, 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 and then you're not really seeing a lot of return for all of the time that you spent cutting all those coupons. But I do use digital coupons. And a lot of stores like Dollar General and Walgreens and the Winn-Dixie that I shop at, that's our local grocery store. It's more of a southern thing. I don't know if places outside of the South have that store. But I live in what could be described almost as a food desert. And I only say that because there are very few grocery stores to shop at in my area. There are two major chains. You got Walmart. Of course, everybody's got Walmart. Then we've got the Winn-Dixie, which is a regional chain. And then we have a little independently owned grocery called Frugal's. But honestly, I don't like to go in there. It's never very clean, and it kind of gives me the willies. And honestly, I don't really see any better value on the food that I purchase from there. So that just keeps me out of there. But we also have another chain called Rouse's, but it is 30 minutes in either direction of me, either east or west. We do have a few independent meat markets and butchers and things like that way north of me, about 45 minutes. But again, I'm limited to these two grocery stores that are close to me. Great. Good to see you back. So I have to make do with what I've got to choose from. I know a lot of people have Winco and they have Aldi and they have other grocery stores where they can get better deals. Now we do have a Sam's Club. I don't shop at Sam's Club. I don't feel like, number one, my house is too small to store things in bulk. And number two, I can't go in there without spending at least $500 or $600. I mean, for crying out loud, if you go in there and spend a little bit, you don't have anything. So, hey, Marcel, we're talking about food prices and how we're combating the inflation on our food and trying to think of ways to mitigate some of this and still be able to eat the way we want to without going into debt. And I'm going to need a panel up here when I'm finished with my little spiel, if you want to call it that. I don't know. But Winn-Dixie offers a $10, 10 items for $10. And sometimes it'll be macaroni and cheese, but it'll be Kraft macaroni and cheese, or it'll be soups, or it will be just random things. They also do buy one, get one free. Like today or this week, they having a sale on those Sumo oranges, tangerines. They're funny looking. They're round, real wrinkly skin, and they've got like a little cap on top of them. But they've got a 3-pound bag for $2.99, which is a really good deal for citrus. And it's buy one, get one free. And I'm like, okay, I can do that. So that's how I am buying my groceries. I'm buying things that are on sale. Oh my gosh, $3.27 a gallon. Oh wow. I don't know what it is here, Marcel, honestly, because I don't buy the gas and I don't drive. But Terry said he feeds his mom, my aunt, your aunt, your wife, and yourself, but everyone chips in. And that's nice that everybody does chip in. But I got a feeling, y'all, that things are going to even get higher. I really do, especially with everything going on overseas. The truckers. Honestly, I'm not sure what all of that's about. I just know that the trucks are the ones that bring supplies in. And if they're not doing their job, we're not getting our stuff. I also know that if gas prices go to $5, $6, $7 a gallon, we're going to see it in our food prices. So it's going to hit our budgets really, really hard. And with Russia being a major, major oil producer, I can't see how that won't happen. Unless I hope that the president doesn't cave and try to go into our oil reserves, because I don't think that's a good idea at all. You know, fossil fuel is a finite resource. There's only so much of it on this planet. And I think I read somewhere not long ago that there's a possibility that we could blow through the world's supply of fossil fuels by 2050. And that's a scary thought, y'all. So I say, let's buy it whatever price the foreigners are going to sell it at. Russia, Saudi Arabia, Afghanistan, OPEC, all of them. Just buy it all from them, and then we'll have our own left, because we're not using it now in a crisis situation. That might not be what everybody thinks ought to happen, but it's what I think ought to happen. And of course, I was going to say I do get eggs from my chickens. And while that's not 100% free, because I do spend about $15 a month on chicken feed, I saw somebody today go to the grocery store and buy eggs for $6 a dozen. And I nearly swallowed my tongue. I couldn't believe it. And I forget what state this person was in. It was on YouTube. But I don't have to pay that for my eggs. I got so many eggs. I've got them coming out of my ears, and I'm giving them to neighbors. So you have heard that we have enough oil stored right now to last the next 100. And that's where it needs to stay, is stored. Yes, sir. I don't know a whole lot about how they store it. I do know there's salt. It's out in the ocean. They're salt domes, I think is the name of it. And they pump the oil down in there and cap it off. So there's a bunch of it stored out in the Gulf somewhere. I do know that. But the one thing I think that we should worry about as a country, though, is that if we are the only ones left with oil and we haven't come up with an alternative by then, by that 100-year point, those other countries out there are going to want it really bad. And they're probably going to stop at nothing to try to get to it. Look, y'all, I'm an old lady. I'm not going to be around when that happens. But I have kids and grandkids that might. And that's kind of a scary thought to me. But I can't. I don't even go there. I just don't. Because if I thought about what could happen or what might happen every single day, I might drive us all crazy. Yeah, people will come try to take it, Marcel, and help themselves. So, excuse me. Cheers, everybody. Oh, that tastes good tonight. I'm not sure why. Probably because I might not be able to afford to buy any next week. I will. But anyhow, we increased our budget. I shop in sales, using digital coupons. Thanks to Marcel, I've learned how to meal plan. I mean, she's the one that gave me the idea. I learned it kind of just by watching other folks, but it's something I never did before. Meal planning was something that other people did, or people that had too much time on their hands did to me. But after doing it now for the past 3 weeks, I have noticed that not only has it saved me a little bit of money, but it's prevented a lot of food waste and a lot of confusion at dinner time. Like, oh my God, what am I going to make for dinner? Which drives me nuts. I can't stand pacing around the kitchen going, okay, what am I going to throw together tonight? I hate that. So it's really kind of made dinner time a lot more fluid for me, and saved a little bit of money on top of it. One of the things that I do to save money on buying meat, and yes, I eat meat, is I buy family packs of everything, even if it's too much. Because number one, it's cheaper by the pound if you buy in large quantities. So if I buy a 1 pound container of ground beef at Winn-Dixie, it's going to cost me $5.49. But if I get a 10-pound thing of it, it might be $3.49 a pound. So what I then do is I'll take a 10-pound container of hamburger, or flat, or whatever, and I divide it up into, usually if I have 10 pounds, I try to put 1.25 pounds in each bag. I don't have any scale here, but I can kind of eyeball it. Sometimes it ends up being 7 or 8 freezer bags of ground beef, which will last me 2 weeks with everything else thrown in. I take chicken breasts, and those big fat mutant chicken breasts that come 7 or 8 to a family pack. Well, I take those and I slice them into thirds long ways. So I've got thinner pieces of chicken that cook faster, defrost faster. Look, y'all, nobody needs a 25-ounce chicken breast to eat, right? So that's what I do, is I cut them into thirds and I package them in packages of 6. And sometimes there's some left over, and I'll throw those in their own little package and write with a Sharpie on it, 3 thin chicken breasts. But I can usually get out of 2 flats of chicken breast, the family packs, I can usually get 40 or so fillets, chicken breast fillets. So 40 divided by 6 is 36, and 4 left over. And that's 9 meals plus 4 left over. And I bought some shoulder roast on sale a couple of weeks ago for $1.99 a pound. I cut those suckers in half because we can't eat all of that in one sitting. And if I left it in the refrigerator, the children would call it scraps and then throw it out. So I cut those big old roasts. They're 3 or 4 pound roasts. I'll cut them in half and have 2 meals out of it. So I save a lot of money doing it that way, because I'm paying less per pound buying in the family packs. And also I'm, divvying it up so that it makes a meal. Of course, I have a garden. And I'm not going to even pretend that gardening is any cheaper than going to the grocery store. I'll be lying to you if I do. Especially if you're just starting out gardening, you've got to build your beds. You've got to buy good soil or make it yourself somehow. And that takes time. It takes time to have a great compost heap that's got nutritious soil in it. Probably a good 6 to 8 months if you know what you're doing. If you don't know what you're doing, it could take a couple years to take a big pile of leaves and turn it into soil. So what I always do, anything that I find in the garden, let's say I've got a tomato plant that's past its prime, I pull it out of the ground and throw it to the chickens. I do that with all the greens. Everything that's gone bad in my garden, I throw it to the chickens. Well, that makes compost. It makes breakfast. And it makes the chickens happy. Win, win, win. So, but gardening is not cheap. I am just now, after three gardening seasons of living in this house. Now, we have at least 2 garden seasons a year here where I live. Last year, I only did spring and fall. The year before that, I did spring and fall. That's it. So 4 garden seasons. Listen to me. I can't even talk. 4 gardening seasons in this house. And I have finally got good soil. I finally have a little bit more sun than I had before because the neighbors cut down that tree. I also have chicken compost. I have rabbit compost. I can put that on every one of my beds. I have enough seeds in storage right now that there's a laundry room in front of me. And I've got a whole closet organizer type thing with the cubes in it. 2 of those cubes are full of seeds. I have enough seeds to probably feed us for the next 3 to 5 years. I'm not buying any more this year. As much as I want to, I love to buy seeds. But this year I'm not going to do it. I'm going to go through some of the stock that I have, get rid of the older stuff, see if it'll grow. If it doesn't, throw some of the newer stuff in and kind of whittle down my stock. All the while, this summer, I'll start picking up again and buying more seeds for the following year. Terry said, in the fall, Dad will blow all the leaves into the garden and till them under in the spring. Yeah, I do that. I don't quite do it that way, but I do blow all of the leaves into a pile and we put them in the compost heap or we throw them in with the chickens for bedding and the chickens go through it and make compost. So same idea. Gardens love leaf mulch. They love leaf mold. They love anything to do with decaying leaves. So that's a great thing to do. And it's free soil. That's the thing. But you have to think ahead and know what to do to make gardening cheap that way. And I'm finally at the point where gardening can be cheap for me. But I cannot sit here and tell people, oh, go start a garden. You can grow your groceries for free. Let me tell you something. The first year that I grew tomatoes, I probably spent $300 on 12 tomato plants, and only 2 of them produced tomatoes for me. True story. I did them in Lowe's buckets. And between the soil, the plants, the buckets, the fertilizer, the amendments to the soil, I think I spent about $300. And this is 12 years ago, or 13 when I first moved here. What do I store my compost in? Marcel, I have a contraption that I bought from Amazon. And it came in a box about this big, but it was rolled up. And it's a black plastic type material. It's about 4 feet around once you unroll it and hook it all together. And that's my compost pile. All it does really is contain the compost. And the taller it gets, the more sturdy it gets. I use fence the metal fence stakes for field fencing. I use those to hold it up until it gets full enough to hold it up by itself. I'll you know what? I can try to find it on Amazon and put a link in the chat. But it's super cheap compared to a compost bin. Let me make sure my computer's working, y'all. Okay, it is. Good. Okay, Amazon. I'll look for it and see if I can find it. Okay, well, this is my life. Terry said he has an aunt that works for Earl May, so we get a discount. Oh, you lucky thing. I'll tell you what I did this weekend. I went to the farm store this weekend. My favorite store is called Fazio's. And they sell their tomato plants in sets of 3. They're little, the black nursery pots or flats with, what do you call it? Walmart and places like that. A lot of nurseries have 6 in each. Well, this has 3 in each. 3 tomato plants for $1.95. If you go to Lowe's tomorrow, you're going to see 1 tomato plant. Last year it was $3.69. So go to your farm stores and get them. Get your tomatoes or whatever other plants you're going to buy. Because, let me see. I'm going to go into my orders and search for it. I think I bought it last summer. Let's see. I know it was last year. That was 2021, right? Yeah. Your wine is tasting. You know what? I can't believe how good this tastes tonight, Marcel, and it's all I've got left. So I'm going to have to really enjoy it. Let's see. All right, I think I can do a search. Yes, I can. Compost. Here it is, right here. It's called a geobin, Geobin. And come on, are you going to let me do this or not? Y'all, it is so time for me to break down and buy a new computer. I cannot even tell you how bad I need one. And I honestly just do not know when it's going to be able to happen. I might have to go into Violet's Disney stash, her Disney trip fund, and take the money out so I can have it. Because, I mean, if I can't. There it is. There's the link right there. Holy crap, I did it, y'all. And, in fact, I'm going to go ahead and put a link up here for whoever wants to come up and chat with me and talk about what they're doing to manage these food prices. Because, y'all, that's getting serious. And, it doesn't seem like a lot. When you go to the store and you're like, oh, well, that box of cereal is only 10 cents more than it was last week. Well, you keep adding them 10 cents up because they make money. Y'all know as good as I do. Y'all are shopping just like me. So you know what I'm talking about. But I'm telling you, I don't think Putin's going to stop. He wants his USSR back together, and I think he is bound and determined. But I'm not going to say nothing ugly about the U.S. Oh, they do, Terry. You're right about that. I might have to check that out. I forgot about them. I don't even know what kind I would want, to be honest with you. I guess it don't matter as long as it works, right? Because at this point, this one is having a hard time charging. We've got to rig it up so that nobody moves it. Sometimes you can't even touch it. See, right now it's not charging. It's at 73% and it's there. Started all over again. I got to have a bag of beans on the charging cable so that it has a good connection. It's ridiculous. But I don't know, y'all. Things are getting crazy. Things are getting super crazy. So what are you doing, Terry? Do you do the grocery shopping, or do one of the ladies in your house do all of that? Because you're not going to believe this, but in our house, Poppy does most of the shopping because I can't drive. So he just stops on his way home from work and picks up the list that I give him. Now, I do, and see, that's one reason that I hate doing the grocery delivery. I do that a lot because I can't drive. But it's not really great for the budget because you can't really shop the sales. And I swear to you, I think they increase the price just a little bit when you're ordering it online. I bet you if I needed Purex and I was going to pay $4.99 for it on the app, it would be $4.49 at the store. And that's just, I'm guessing on that. But it's just a feeling I get. Because sometimes I'll walk in there and I'll walk in the store and say, well, I didn't pay that last week for that, you know. Goodness, where is everybody this evening? What's going on? Mardi Gras? Yes. Yes. You noticed it too. So it's not just me. Okay. See, I thought I was losing my mind, Marcel. Truly. I thought it was higher on the app. And it's just a few cents. It's not a lot. Hey, Dwayne, how are you? We're talking about food prices. Tell us what you're noticing out. Aren't you in Canada? Yeah, Dwayne's in Canada. What's going on in Canada with food prices? Are you, has the trucker situation made the prices rise? Or do you think it's just general inflation? Or a combination? I mean, it could be a combination of both. And I'm telling you what, them truckers are doing the same thing here eventually. In fact, there's supposed to be a meetup in my hometown in Florida where they're coming from all different directions and meeting there where I-10 crosses I-75. And they're going to D.C. I don't know when it's supposed to take place, but that's where they're headed. Cost of food has gone up substantially. Yes, sir, it certainly has. It sure has. And, you know, we've seen food price increases before. I know that when I moved to Mississippi about 12 years ago, there was an oil spill. Do y'all remember when the oil rig caught on fire out there in the Gulf? I forget what they called it back then. But the oil rig caught on fire and it caused a whole bunch of oil to come up here on the coast of Mississippi, Louisiana, some of Florida. And food prices went up tremendously then. And I noticed a huge difference between the food prices in Virginia and the food prices in Mississippi even before that happened. But it was manageable. Okay, I'll see you in a minute. It was manageable. I mean, I didn't like it. I don't like it now. I don't like it now one bit, especially now that I'm trying to save money for 3 binders worth of projects for the kids, for Poppy, for the house, for, you know, things that we need. And I'm trying to save money for it. And you're right. You're right, Dwayne. And that was what I was going to say next. They didn't go up then near as quickly or as high as they have this time around. And, I think a lot of it is just the insecurity of the economy. And yes, it does. It does mention inflation and famines and, yeah. Hey, I got this new thing today. Okay, it wasn't today. When was it? I think it was the day before yesterday. Me and Poppy went to the store. And I was looking for prep food. And I call it prep food because I'm not a prepper. And I'm not a conspiracy person. But I live in a hurricane zone and we have to have food to eat if the power goes out. So I bought, look at this. It's salmon fillets. And there's 7 ounces in each can. Have any of y'all ever tried this? Because I haven't. It looks good. And it has no, it says it's boneless and skinless, which is nice. And I'm thinking that possibly I could make some meals with something like this if, we're in an emergency situation like a hurricane or EMP, whatever. I know how to make an oven out of the fire. You haven't tried that salmon. Have you tried anything like it, Dwayne? You know what? I'm going to try it. Let's try it. Oh, gosh, this is like almost $4. And I'm kind of scared that I'm not going to like it. Oh, well, it doesn't look bad. I mean, it looks different, but. Ooh, got the lid off. It smells real fishy, like tuna. It smells a lot like tuna. I hope that they didn't just fool me and try to sell me salmon. I wish, let me, oh, fiddlesticks. Okay, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to set it on the table. And I'm going to pull the screen down real quick. There. See, look. It said pink salmon on it. It doesn't really look pink, but it does have an orange tint to it. And it is in, that's a great big fillet right there. And then this piece, oh, that's a fillet too. That's a whole fillet. That's a whole fillet there. And they're right. It doesn't have any skin. Oh, I just pulled it apart. That's a big one right there. Oh, my goodness. Okay, look. See how big that is? I mean, to be in a can, it's pretty big. Oh, sorry, guys. I'm also seeing what's going on. And yeah, isn't that crazy? Hang on 1 second, guys. I got to get a paper towel. This would be really cool if they didn't have it so filled with liquid. I got a cracker. I'm going to try it with a cracker just in case it doesn't taste super good. But it does smell awful lot like tuna. It does not taste like salmon at all. It tastes like tuna. But that's okay. It's meaty. It's very meaty. And even if they did give me a tuna fillet and call it salmon. It tastes really good. Yeah, yeah, that's good. I mean, I'm eating it without the cracker, right? Mm. Well, I'm glad I bought those. Yeah, what's going on in Eastern Europe is scary, Dwayne. And not because I think it's going to come over here. I don't know what it's going to do. What's scary to me is all of those people over there who are going through hell right now. Yes. In an emergency, it will provide nutrition. Exactly. And like I said, it doesn't taste bad at all. I just don't think it doesn't taste like salmon. That's all. I'm fine with it. It would make really nice salmon patties if it really is salmon. Oh my goodness, do you really? I'm sorry to hear that, Dwayne. I really am. Poppy's been looking at photos of certain soldiers, Ukrainian soldiers, who are already heroes, and telling me all the stories. That's what he's been doing tonight. And it really is heartbreaking. But I tell you what, they're not playing around. Them Ukrainians, they're not just going to roll over and play dead. Yes, exactly. Exactly. And I'm usually thankful for anything I can eat, unless Poppy cooks it. But and it is good to help others. And you know, all of these crazy prepper channels, and I call them crazy. They might not be crazy. I might be the crazy one because I don't necessarily believe in all of the gloom and doom that they do. But I do believe in preparing for emergencies. And I also believe that it's good to help other people who are starving. And I heard somebody talking today about how if you have a family member who's always saying, well, if something goes bad and crap hits the fan, I'm just going to come to your house and eat. He said, you've just met your enemy. I said, what? Do you think for 1 minute, I've got 2 daughters with families here where I live, grown daughters. Do you think for 1 minute I would let any one of them go hungry just because I was a little bit hungry myself? No. I'd feed everybody. It might just be a handful of crackers and a couple of bites of this tuna, but they'd have something to eat. I don't know. I think some people get awfully militant with that kind of stuff. And the guy that I listened to today, by accident, was pretty darn militant. Oh, you have Ukrainian in your mixed Slavic ancestry. Okay. I'd have never known it by your last name, Dwayne. Do you pronounce the W? Tell me which letters are silent and which ones blend together. And where does the accent go? Like, which syllable do you say the loudest? In Texas, Arizona, New Mexico, and in other far south areas of America, there are many wild. Oh, heck yeah, there's some here. Of course, there's dandelions everywhere here. There's a wild lettuce. There's wild blueberries, blackberries, strawberries. Purslane, which is supposed to be a superfood. And it's just a weed that grows out in my yard. I forget what else, but I've got a little booklet that has a whole list of them and picture identification in storage. And if I ever need it, I'll go get it. Your surname is Polish, but the W can be silent. Not necessarily, though. Okay, okay. Is the Y a long Y like E, or is it does it sound more like an I? Or eh? Huh. You should come up here and pronounce it for me. I had a friend years and years ago, and his last name was Zacheski, but it was spelled like Zekaruski. 3 of my grandparents were from Eastern Europe. One was born in Canada, but her parents were from, okay. Okay, it sounds like a Y. Okay. Okay, I'm going to try it. That's a hard combination. Ladika. Is that right? I'm making the W silent because I've never blended a W and an L together in my life. Ladeka. Ladeka. Ladika. E. Ladika. Okay. Okay. Well, that's not as hard to pronounce as I thought it was going to be. I bet you have a lot of people struggle with it, though, don't you? Ladika. I was married a long time ago to somebody else, and my last name had 10 letters in it, and it was German, and all the letters were backward. And I used to, when people would ask me what my name was, I would just start spelling it because nobody could spell Charlotte because I'm in the South. My own parents couldn't spell Charlotte. And look, I'm going to sit here and eat all this fish. But yeah, I would, if I said my name, it was like this. It invariably went like this. My name is Charlotte, blah, blah, blah. And they go, what? Every time. So I would say, my name is Charlotte, www, blah, blah. Yeah. But now it's an easy last name. It's one I was born with. Because when I married Poppy, I kept my maiden name. Your cousin's name is Charlotte. I'll be darned. There aren't many. Well, when I was a child, there were not many Charlottes. I never met another one till I was in the 12th grade. And it wasn't a student. It was a guidance counselor. And after that, I became very, very good friends with someone named Charlotte, but she didn't go by that name. And I never, it took me years to figure out that that was her name. She actually went by her middle name. And when I learned it, I was surprised. But she spells hers completely different than I spell mine. And one of these days before I die, I'm going to change the spelling of my name to the correct way to spell it, like what's on the screen. It is a French name. Mm-hmm. My late aunt had parents from France. Really? How cool is that? Well, I was named after my grandfather, whose name was Charles. And yeah. I don't know how French he was. I don't think he was at all. But I think he was English, or at least he came from English ancestors. Ooh, good grief, it's hot in here. I thought it was going to be cold. Where in the world did Marcel go? And your last name is High Dutch. Hi, Dutch. Your other cousin's name is Charlie. I'll be. Terry, I've known a Dutch gentleman in my lifetime who was actually from Holland. And I met him when I was just a young girl. And okay, I'm going to tell the truth. He was my first boyfriend in the whole world. And I was in the 9th grade. And we hung out together for the whole year, the whole 9th grade year. And I had to move away at the end of the year. And so did he. He had to go back to Holland. And I had to go to another city. And so he broke up with me and dumped me for a blonde. You believe that? Almost the last day of school, and he dumped me for a blonde. Do you know what's so funny? He ended up marrying that blonde, and they are still married to this day. And he found me on Facebook a few years ago, as did his wife. And I just thought it was the coolest thing that he ended up marrying her. So apparently it was meant to be, and I shouldn't have been so upset that he dumped me if I'd have known what was going to happen in the long run. They ended up having 2 children together, and now they've got 2 or 3 beautiful grandchildren. I think it's only 2. Yeah, it's 2. Your family has an actual sword from Napoleon. Wow. That's impressive. You don't think it's cursed or anything, do you? I'm teasing. Oh. Yeah, Terry, do your parents come from Holland or the Netherlands anywhere? Or are you a 2nd and 3rd generation? Most of your aunts and uncles have parents from Europe, England, Ireland, France, Poland, and the Ukraine. Or they were born in Galicia? Galicia? Oh, the Ukraine. Okay. Huh. And that's back when it did belong to old Russia. Huh. I'll be darned. Well, mine is, I don't know what High Dutch means, but mine's Spanish. Well, my last name is Spanish, but we're not Spanish. My dad's family is Greek. But he never knew it. I don't think anybody ever knew it until my aunt did some Schweikart. That's pretty High Dutch, isn't it? But yeah, we're Greek. And the reason it's a Spanish name is because the family came over from an island in the Balearic Islands called Minorca. But they actually lived in Corsica. And they were some of the Greeks that were rescued from, political rescue from Greece when the Moors took over. So then they lived 100 years in Corsica. And then they came to Florida as indentured servants during the British period when England owned Florida, 20 years. They were treated like crap, not fed, had to fend for themselves. There was about 1,450 of them that came over on boats. And 9 years later, there were only about 600 left. And some of my family members were one of some of the 600 that were left. And they settled in St. Augustine after they escaped their indenture. And all up the north coast from St. Augustine north is where they settled. I have family members. My line is from the Fernandina Beach area, right on the Georgia line. And they were farmers. But now some of the other family members are from Jacksonville, and they were the doctors and the lawyers and politicians. Y'all came from the mountains. Okay. I was close, really? But it was really fun to tell my dad that history, because I did a lot of research, and my aunt didn't. My late aunt did probably 95% of the research, and I have to give her the credit because she sent a lot of it to me. Well, what she had, she sent to me, and it was really cool telling my dad all about it because he was just amazed. I do have relatives in America, maternal relatives, a lot of them actually. Okay. She-cart, she-cart, shy-cart, shy-cart. Hang on, let me go back and look. Shy-cart. Oh, you don't pronounce the W. Okay. See, my ex-husband was German, so we pronounced all the W's. Like V's. Pronounced them all like V's. Oh, man. Well, y'all, I guess the rest of the gang has abandoned me this evening, but that's okay, because I don't have anything else to do, and I'm just going to hang out. What do you think of that? I got to get my lighter. I'm about to get myself... Do pronounce the W. Okay. Schweikart. Cool. That is such a cool name. Mine's just boring. But mine is the Spanish equivalent of Smith. Acosta. So, what was I going to say? I was going to say something funny. I lost it. Sorry, guys. Y'all, I need to get a shed. And I'm not sure how big a shed I need. But we rent a storage unit for $131 a month. Can you believe that? So I was going over the bills the other night with Poppy. And I said, God, I wish we could get rid of this bill because we could save more money, right? And he says, well, how much will a shed cost? I said, well, that depends on how big you want it. So we went to this place, And we got this price list right here. And I was thinking about an 8x12 shed. Oh, thank you, Terry. Thank you. I confirmed it. Ah! What happened? Oh, my goodness. I clicked on it, and it went to Facebook. It scared the daylights out of me. Oh, your aunt? Really? Who's your aunt? You know, is she a Florida Acosta or a Spanish Acosta or a Mexican or a Cuban Acosta? Look, I'm related to a bunch of Cuban Acostas because one of my great-great-grandfathers, after his wife passed away, he was a sea merchant, and he ended up going to Cuba and having another family down there. Hey, Grumpus, how are you? He's on his way home. I'll holler at you when I get there. Oh, bless his heart. Thank you, Grumpus. I'll see you when you get there. Yeah, there he is. Cubano half and half Sicilian. Whoa, you go, Cash Money. Cubano, I actually am not, but like I said, my great-grandfather moved down there after he had his son, who was one of my ancestors in the States. She married a Spanish Acosta. Okay. Now, well, it doesn't matter. Well, whenever my family came to Florida, and remember I told you there was a 20-year period where the British owned Florida? Well, they got kicked out in some peace treaty after one of the wars. I forget which one. I think it was the Seminole War or something like that. And the Spanish took back over. And there were a lot of Spanish in Florida back then anyway. I mean, they're the ones that settled it first and owned it first for hundreds of years. But my family members changed the name so that they could fit in with the culture in St. Augustine, Florida. So they added an A to the front. And it was, it's just such an easy thing to do. Plus, they were dark skin, dark hair. They had the dark eyes. So they fit in really well, even though they were mostly Greeks. I wish I could learn a lot more about them, but so anyhow, a shed. I want a shed. That's the next big thing on my list. But these prices are out of this world. But you know what? Like, okay, so I'm looking at an 8x12 that's only, I don't know, $1,800 all the way up to $2,100, which isn't bad. Okay. Where's there? And I could get a bigger one for, a couple hundred more each way. But I don't want, and I know Poppy could build me one. He builds everything else. I know he could build a shed, but I don't want him to have to. He's been hurting a lot lately. His arthritis is acting up. He's not getting any younger. I don't want him on a ladder. So I'm just going to go ahead and buy it and have him deliver it to the backyard. A Spanish Acosta. Oh, man. So, yeah, well, I've got a lot of stuff in that storage that I need to get rid of. And the place that we have, I think, is 10x12. And it's air conditioned because we wanted a climate control so it wouldn't ruin the pictures and the old things that we have in there that belonged to my grandmother and his father. And there's some furniture in there that we didn't want the heat and the humidity getting to. So I think what we're going to do is redistribute all of that stuff. Like, I'm going to give my oldest daughter all the pictures and let her distribute them throughout all the kids. And the old furniture, I think I'm just going to get rid of all of it. Either give it to a kid who wants it or donate it, because it's just silly to hold on to things you're not using. At least it is to me. Some people like to do that, but I just don't. And it is for safety reasons. It really is. I would hate for him to fall off a ladder, and yeah, that could be tragic. And I don't need tragedy. I really don't. That's the last thing. Of course, nobody does. Nobody needs it. But I figured the first half of my life was tragic. The last half is going to be peaceful, and I'm going to enjoy it. Grumpus must have taken Mrs. Grumpus out for dinner, because he's awfully late coming home. And I can't wait to find out where they went. So does anybody else have any ideas of what they do to, are y'all just paying the prices and getting over it at the grocery store, or are you making adjustments somehow? I'm curious. Because, I'm making some adjustments, but I'm also adding to the budget. Because you got to eat. The day that we can wean our families off of food is going to be a happy day, but it ain't today. That would probably make my daughter super happy. I got a teenager who thinks that if she eats 12 calories, it's too much. You're just paying the prices. Yeah. Dwayne, do you live by yourself? Or do you have a whole family to take care of? Or, I'm sorry, I'm being nosy. If you don't want to answer me, you don't have to. Hey, Karen. Oh, let me see. Oh, my goodness. Karen says, prices here in California are insane. Also, gas prices. $4.99 a gallon. Are you serious? Holy Toledo. Karen, I hate that for y'all. Good grief. So, Karen, what are you doing to try to adjust to the increase? As we were talking about shopping with digital coupons, because I told everybody I'm not a couponer. I'm not going to sit here at the table and cut stuff. But I'll use digitals. And I shop the sales. And I've added $100 a month to our grocery budget. Because, what else are you going to do? Starve? Look, I know I wouldn't starve. And I can cook on a little bit of nothing. I really can. I used to do it. And I was a single mom with 5 children, living on $885 a month. I know how to fix a meal for $1 if I need to. Well, maybe not a whole meal, but $1 per serving. I can tell you that. Yeah, that's kind of what we're doing too, Karen. But I'll tell you, when it comes to meat, the more you buy, the cheaper it is per pound. And in fact, my grocery store just put out their sale ad yesterday, and they're having T-bone steaks for $3.99 a pound. I'm going to buy about 4 packages of them. Usually they'll have them packaged 3 or 4 to a flat thing. I don't know what they call those things. I'm just going to call it a flat. So I'll bring them home and divvy them up into 4 portions each. And sometimes I'll even cut them off the bone and do it that way. But yeah, we haven't seen $3.99 a pound in over a year since before. Well, that's not true. Since before the pandemic, the cheapest I've paid during the pandemic has been $5.99 a pound. So I'm going to go get a whole bunch of it. And I buy meat, ground beef by the 10 pounds because it's only like between $3.29 and $3.49 for 10 pounds. But hamburger is $7.99 a pound. Well, I just don't even understand that. There's more cows out your way than there are my way. Karen, it's time for you to move to the South. Oh my God, $7.99 a pound. I would not doubt if eventually ours is that high too. It is crazy. That is insane, Karen. Well, you know, you got to pick the right timing. Timing is everything. So, and now is not a good time to go anywhere because even home prices have increased 25-30% just in the past 6 months. Poppy and I were saving to buy some land, and we've put that purchase on hold until we figure out what's about to happen with land prices. Because I'm not going to pay more than what I want to pay for it. But those prices are insane. I thought ours were bad, but I don't know how y'all are doing it. That's crazy. But by the way, Karen, welcome. That's just crazy. You know, there's good and bad in the South. It's hotter than blazes here, truly. And it's a little bit of a culture shock for somebody who's been in California for a long time, I'm sure. Because I know if I went to California, it'd be a culture shock for me. But I don't think I'd want to live anywhere else. Maybe the Midwest, maybe, for me. But I'm just, you know, I'm getting old and set in my ways, and I just don't want any neighbors. That's all. I feel like I'm turning into a Karen in my old age. Oh! Isn't that funny? No offense, Karen, because I know you're not a Karen. The salaries there are quite a bit more than the South. I've been to Alabama many times. Your dad's from there. Okay. Yeah, they are considerably more because I know when Poppy got out of the military 12 years ago, we considered moving out that way. And the salaries were crazy, wonderful salaries, right? And then we started looking at home prices and property tax. Y'all pay way too much money in property taxes. I was looking at a $250,000 home 12 years ago, which was nothing because, you know, homes back then were running between $500,000 and $1 million for a 3-bedroom, 2-bathroom house in California. But I found this one house. It was really cool. It was kind of secluded, and the taxes on it were over $10,000 a year for the property tax. I said, good grief. There's no way we can afford to live there. No way. And I'm not paying that kind of taxes. I think when we owned our house down the road, we sold it 2 years ago. Dinah, no. Quit it. That's my dog. She's crying to go out. Let me get her out real quick. Why do you have to do this all the time when I'm trying to? You don't never cry. Yeah. What was I going to say? Oh, our house down the road, our taxes every year, I believe, were $1,200 a year. And our insurance was twice that because we live in a hurricane zone. But that's a third of the cost. It would have almost a quarter of the cost it would have been in California, and that's including the insurance. So I was happy with that. I'd love to live somewhere where the insurance was really cheap. I have a friend who lives in Nebraska. I think she pays about $400 a year for homeowners insurance. I'm like, holy crap, why? She goes, nothing happens here. Let me check my computer and make sure it's charging. Yay, it is. But yeah, I don't think I'd want to live in California. But now I did find out my husband's a disabled veteran. And if you have a disabled veteran who has children, the kids can go to college for free. But at the time, my daughter was only 4, so that's a whole lot of years to pay $10,000 a year for my kid to go to college for free. Wouldn't be free, would it? So we moved here, and she still gets to go to college for free. Not because of that, but because she's really smart and she plays in the band. I can't wait. She just took her ACT test the other day. I guess it's been last week on Wednesday, and I can't wait to see what she got on it, because on her practice test she got a 25. So I'm hoping like crazy that she bumps that up a little bit. All right. Is Karen the only one talking right now? Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Whoops. There. Yeah, we're just I'll tell you. It's kind of scary to think what's going to happen next. You know, I was listening to somebody talk the other day about everything that's going on in the world, the stuff in Ukraine, the trucker strikes, and all the, I guess they're not really striking. I don't know what they're doing. They're blockading or something. And that's coming here to this country. And I can't say that I blame them. I mean, say what you need to say and do it however you need to do it. But he was saying that, you know, the United States has always been the protector of everything that's good in the world, the democracy, whatever, and defending the little guy, and when it comes to foreign policy, etc. And he said now it's like this whole situation with Ukraine, and you know, we're offering help, or they're asking for help. I'm not sure which way this is going, but he said it's kind of like when your little brother goes and picks a fight with the neighborhood bully, and he comes home and says, hey, big brother, come help me beat up this bully down the street. And big brother's done been in a car accident and got a broken leg and a brace around his neck and a, you know, using crutches to get around. And that's kind of how I feel the United States is right now. The whole world's been through a lot of stuff the past couple of years. A lot of stuff. A lot of financial stuff. A lot of physical stuff. And we're tired and we're beat down. And I don't know how the heck we're going to go help other folks. And I'm not saying they don't deserve the help. I think they do. But I don't know. I feel like I'm the big brother that's got the brace around my neck and walking on crutches. And I feel like that's what this country is doing. You know, people are tired. They just got out of one war and now they want to start another one. And it's not even our war to fight. So I don't know. I know this. It's not worth sending one of my kids over there. Not to me. So I mean, that might be an unpopular opinion, and I ain't trying to offend anybody, but that's how I feel about it. This is not the same country that it was 40 years ago, 50 years ago, 100 years ago. You're worried about the situation. It's 2022. Why? Why? Exactly. Why indeed? Why indeed? You know, I told my husband tonight, I said, you know what we need right now is a leader who has the gonads of Trump, who can speak as well as Obama, who's a cheerleader like Reagan, and slicker than Bill Clinton. We need a combination of that right now, and we don't have it. And that's sad. And I'm not saying that Joe Biden's good or bad or indifferent. I don't care. But I do know that all those other guys had some characteristics that could have worked in this particular situation. Hey, Beach Flower. See, now that is something I don't understand a lot about. The Great Reset. How many of you have heard this term, the Great Reset? Because I've heard it. I've just not looked into it to find out what it's all about. And welcome, Beach Flower. Welcome. If you want to give me a little synopsis in 3 sentences or less, I'll be happy to listen to it. Tommy and Sherry DIY, hey there, how are you? You have, oh goodness, I have 2 kids in the military and a son-in-law in Iraq already. I'll be damned if my kids are going to die. Yes, thank you, Sherry. Thank you. My husband already did all that. I'm not sending my kids to do it. I'm not. Just not. I'll send them wherever I have to keep them away from it. And it's not just our sons anymore. It's not just sons anymore. Because we have a new generation, a new society, and they're willing to take women off and get them killed too. Let me get my dog real quick. Get your fanny in this house. Come here. Go night-night. You should be ashamed barking in the night like that. People don't want to hear that nonsense. That is not how you make friends. And your daughter is in the Air Force. God bless her. Bless her heart. Well, the Air Force is probably the best one for a woman to be in, honestly. I mean, if I had to pick one, you know, if you had to do it. And I know, you know, when they get 18 and they decide that they want to do that, there's not a whole lot you can do to stop them. My son went into the Army. Thank God he's out now, but I couldn't believe it. And he didn't call and let me know till he was on his way to boot camp. I could have punched him in the mouth. But she's been in 10 years. Wow. Wow. And what does she do in the Air Force, Sherry? I mean, is she enlisted or is she an officer? Does she fly? Does she nurse? We have an Air Force base very close to here. In fact, it's 45 minutes down the road with traffic. Her father was in 20 years in the Army. I'll be darned. Look at that. Well, my husband was in the Navy for 14 years and got medically retired. Terry said he has 2 cousins in the Air Force and 1 cousin in the reserves and 1 in the Army. She's enlisted, working on, good for her, finishes college in a few weeks. Wow. Don't you love how determined they can be? I love hearing stories like that. She's really, really working hard, isn't she? It's amazing how proud you can be of your children when they leave home and they go off and they accomplish their dreams. Even if the dreams that they have aren't the ones you would want for them, they still, it's pretty amazing. Yeah. I love the name of your cottage, the Waterfall Cottage. I love that. What is she studying in college? I'm curious. Um, SF is like an MP, the Air Force. Oh, okay. Security force. Yeah. I think they have another name for it in the military, in the Navy too. That's the name of your street. How cool is that? I know why you moved there, just because the name of the street. I would have. I'd have bought a house on that street. Oh my. Y'all, I'm going to put a link up if anybody wants to come up and panel with me. I am more than willing to sit here and chat. And have some one-on-one, two-on-two, whatever. We live on a lake, and all of the streets have water-related names. How cool is that? My best friend lives on a lake in Florida. Karen, thank you so much for coming. I enjoyed speaking with you. You know, I always enjoy it when you come in because you always have a lot to add. You have a great night too, my dear. Y'all, I ought to be ashamed of myself. I haven't posted a video in probably 3 weeks. But I think I'm in a rut. And I'm actually doing an about face on my channel. I'm not going to change it too much, but I'm making some changes. And I haven't quite got all the changes squared away in my head yet. You live in a part of town called Poodville? Are you serious right now? Only in Iowa. That's not true. When I lived in Virginia, I went through a little town. Guess what the name of it was, Terry? It was Bump Ass. Bump Ass, Virginia. Swear to you. I never heard of a place like that before. And I'm from Florida, where we have Withlacoochee and Kissimmee and, you know, Weewahitchka. No, Weewahitchka. That's what it is. There's all kinds of crazy Florida town. Y'all, my allergies are driving me crazy. And my nose is itching so bad. I just want to amputate. Beach Flowers laughing over Bump Ass, Virginia. And that's what the residents called it too. I couldn't believe it. Excuse me. Oh, it might be time for some Benadryl. Look, Terry, it's almost gone. What am I going to do when it's gone? Because there's no more where that came from. I guess I'll just finish eating this fish. Yes, I've heard of Climax, Georgia, too. And Intercourse, Pennsylvania. And oh, beach flower. I love Merlot. That's my favorite. Now this one's barefoot. My favorite though is Woodbridge. And Friday nights are the only time that I drink. And I usually have a glass or two of wine, and then sometimes I like to have a glass or two of Fireball. Get me some melatonin. Oh no, I'll be fine. You're back. You finally got the girl child to bed. She likes to stay up and give you fits, don't she, Marcel? She's such a beauty. She's a beautiful girl. And one of these days, she's going to make you proud. I keep saying the same thing about mine, too. I don't know who I'm trying to convince. I'm teasing. Please understand that I'm teasing, y'all. Okay, Marcel, come on up here with me because I'm getting a little long-winded and I need a person. She's a party animal. She's only, what, 8? Of course you are. Of course you are. I would think something was wrong with you if you weren't. I'd be telling Poppy, I don't know about that Marcel, man. She ain't that crazy about her youngins. Oh, she just turned 9. Okay. Well, you know, I have a weak spot for redheads. Because it took me 16, hang on, 19 years to get me a little redheaded baby. My first one was blonde. My second one was brunette. And my third one was a blonde. Number 4 and 5 had brown hair like mine. And then I got my redhead. Y'all, this is funny. But I've got a spot on my computer over here that's right in the middle of my forehead. And every time I look over there, I have to look back over here to make sure there's not a black spot on my forehead. Okay. Okay. I'll give you a second. So what have y'all been doing? What you got planned for next week? Anybody want to let me know? Because I don't have any plans. I am going to the grocery store this week, though, and I'm going to stock up on some canned foods and some more canned meats. And I'm going to try to get ready for a hurricane because with everything going on in the world today, I just know. I can feel it in my bones. We're going to get hit by something. It just can't not happen. Now, my husband would call me a witch if I said that to him. He'd say, witch, burn her at the stake. But I'm telling you, things are too crazy right now. And it seems like it's Murphy's Law. When the sky's falling, it falls all the way down. And then the sun comes out again, you know? Hey, y'all, if y'all haven't tried this, it's not bad. Where's the stinking lid? Did I throw it away? Shoot. No, I didn't. This is what I've been munching on I had to try it. I bought it for for emergency food for hurricanes and such. And it's supposed to be salmon fillets. It's boneless, it's skinless. And when I first opened it, it smelled and tasted a lot like tuna. But the more I'm getting into it here, because I've already eaten half the can, it's pretty good. You get the hurricanes too, honey? Lord. Well, heck yeah. I see beach flower there. You sure do. Are you on the East Coast or the Gulf? The last one we had that was bad was Zeta. And I don't think we've recovered from it yet. Our harbor's still tore up. And it's been a year and a half. Still trees down. You're on the Gulf. Yeah, I'm hoping we don't get much. Oh, Galveston. Oh, Lord, have mercy. You know what? Every time I think of Galveston, I think of that Weather Channel special. And I know you've probably seen it. It's on the Weather Channel, and they talk about all the hurricanes, like the 10 worst hurricanes in history. And Galveston was one of them. And I remember the little, I guess it was a church or a convent. And they had a bunch of children there. And all the nuns tied the children to their waist. And they all perished. And it broke my heart. Because, there was no warning. It was what, 1918? It was either late 1800s or Ike. Okay. Hurricanes suck. And the thing that bothers me, it was hurricane of 1900. Okay. Yeah, that one broke my heart. But I think the worst thing about a hurricane is not necessarily, it is the damage that it causes. But when you're sitting in your house and it's pitch black and all you can hear is all the crap outside hitting your house, that's the worst feeling in the world. Okay, for me it is. Now, I didn't go through Katrina. Wiped out the orphanage. Yeah. I hear stories all the time from people who did live here and go through Katrina. And how, people were stuck in trees all night long because their house was washed away out from under them. And people in their attics trying to, get out, and they couldn't get out. And it was bad here. When I first moved here, there were just concrete slabs everywhere. The freeze you had, I bet it was. Oh my gosh. I bet it was. We got a little bit of cold from it, but we didn't get what y'all got. No. I watch a gardener that lives down in your area. You had no water or lights for days, and it was 20. Holy Jesus. How did you stay warm? There's Marcel. Hey, lady.
Oh, hello. I'm on. You're quick to get me up there. I was not me. Can you hear me?
I was. Girl, I'm on the ball today.
You are.
People did die. Yeah, I heard that. She's talking about the freeze that was in Texas last year. She's down near Galveston. You borrowed a generator from your parents, okay?
Yeah, I'm very near San Antonio in a small town, and what's funny is I had memories pop up on my iPhone from videos and things I took
From last year,
walking in the snow.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so I'm gonna wipe my camera real quick because I think there are fingerprints on it, so it's gonna be weird. Oh,
Marcel, where'd you go?
I'm definitely clear now. Yeah.
That was smart. I'm glad that your parents had that generator. Because, if that happened here, and we've only had, we had an ice storm one time. I don't even remember what year it was, probably 2012, 13. We had an ice storm, and there were icicles hanging from all around the roof, and I put little flamingos out and covered them with capes and made a burn barrel out of a green bean can, and I posted all kinds of pictures on Facebook with signs around their necks said Florida or bust. And I was bored. What else do you do in the middle of an ice storm? So then the year that Murphy turned 9, I think, it snowed on his birthday. Snowed right here in South Mississippi on December 6th.
Oh, that's awesome.
None of us, and that boy, all of his life, all he ever wanted to do was go see snow. He'd never seen it before. I mean, he saw it when he was a baby, but he doesn't remember, when we were still in Virginia. Mm-hmm. But he doesn't remember that. And, yeah, we keep generators too. We've got 2 of them. I've got one that takes fuel, and then I've got another one that just is solar. And I mostly just use that to charge our devices, whatever devices we've got at the time, computers, phones.
I would like to get solar panels, but I don't really understand them all, like a whole lot, how that all works.
Right. And you know what, Marcel, I don't understand a lot about it either. Now, Poppy knows a lot. The thing about solar panels is there's a way that you can have them hooked into your power, in your house. But Poppy is of the opinion that that's useless. And if you're in an emergency situation, you need lots and lots of batteries to store the power.
Yeah. I have a friend, a YouTube friend, who lives off grid, and he has a lot of acreage, like 180 acres worth of acreage. And he lives in very remote area in Canada. And he has like totally off grid. He doesn't even have running water. And totally off grid. And he is really totally dependent on solar panels.
Wow. Okay, hang on. Let me go back. Tommy and Sherry. Let's see. Sherry said, same here. We borrowed a generator for. Wait a minute. Keep generator. Okay. They have generators at their shop for when the power goes down that can run your whole house. Holy Moses. Wow. I can't afford that kind of generator, so I borrowed one. I don't blame you. My daughter was just talking about 2 months ago about getting a whole house generator installed in her house. One that runs off of gas, like, natural gas. And so whenever the power goes off, it would just automatically kick on.
That would be nice.
Oh, look, DJ's on, and so is Grumpus. Hang on, guys. I'll get y'all up here. Hey, Grumpus. DJ. Hey, Grumpus.
Hey, Florida.
How are you guys doing?
Doing good.
I don't want to interrupt. Finish your story.
Oh no, I was just talking about my daughter wanting to get a generator for her house. That's all.
Nice.
Well, you got to keep in mind.
Keep in mind what?
Let me shut this other one off. Hang on.
Okay.
You got to keep in mind when you get these generators, you got to feed them.
Mm-hmm. Well, she was going to have hers run off of natural gas.
Well, that works.
Because it's just piped in.
Well, we had during our last hurricane, I had one neighbor who had a 2,000 watt generator, a little Honda, and it held a little over a gallon of gas, and it'd run for 7.5 hours.
Holy Toledo! Are you kidding me?
And he powered his refrigerator and my refrigerator, my pond pump, and I think he had a little window unit that he was running. And my
With
neighbor,
that one generator.
yeah, and my other neighbor, he had a 5500 watt, I believe.
Yeah.
And he was burning 6.5 gallons of gas every 12 hours.
Wow.
Whoa.
So during the
And
hurricane,
my daughter has one like that.
during the hurricane, he spent most of his days waiting in line at gas stations
To
trying
get
to find
gas.
gas to come home and put in the generator that would run out of gas before he could get back to the store and buy more to come home.
Gosh.
So the moral to that story, kid, is buy yourself a Honda.
Well, the moral of the story is figure out what's important to your life. He was trying to run all of his lights, all of his AC unit, everything like that.
Yeah, no.
And if you just go in survivor mode and just rotate refrigerators and freezers, and let them run for 4 hours and then
run a
run
little
something
bit of air
else.
conditioning when it's unbearable.
A box fan runs just fine.
Right. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But my neighbor was running through, like I said, he's running through 3 gallons every 24 hours.
That's not too bad.
So
Well, I don't know. Today's what's your gas
I bought one of
prices
those
over there?
generators, and it's in my garage in the box, and hopefully I never have to use it.
I hope you don't either.
Yeah.
What's your gas prices over there, Grumpus? Bless her
I filled up
heart.
yesterday. It was $2.94.
That's all?
We
That's
hit
all. That's
327.
plenty.
We got 327 here.
Ours is about 319. Last I saw it.
Yeah, I paid $2.94 at a Shell station.
I mean, that's enough. You're right. But
Mhm.
I got gas today at our HEB, and it was $3.27 a gallon.
Beach Flower said Galveston is $3.09 at Kroger.
Beach Flower, that's a new name.
It is. It is.
Yeah. Mhm.
She's another Texas lady.
Oh, hello.
Yeah.
Nice.
Or yeah. And
You're gonna have to
Sherry,
explain. She's
Go
gonna
ahead.
have to explain to me. She got a generator that she plugs into the light pole that'll run the whole house.
What?
That sounds like an extension cord to me.
Extension cord. Terry says it's $3.49 in Iowa.
Ooh.
Yeah. Oh my God. Karen said earlier it was $4.99 a gallon in California.
I heard that. I was listening on the way home.
I couldn't believe it. And her ground beef is $7.99 a pound.
Yeah.
Well, y'all were talking about stretching your dollars and stuff. I've been grinding my own meat.
Your own meat?
Yeah.
What kind of grinder do you have, Grumpus?
I bought it's a LEM, an LEM.
LEM. Oh, you got one of them expensive doodads, don't you?
No, well, I mean, not really. I got it's called a Mighty Bite, I think.
Wait, doesn't
It just runs a little 8mm. I'm sorry, a number 8 die.
hand thingy?
But the last time I bought brisket, which is, I told you about this, it's been
Yes.
quite a few months ago. It was $1.65 a pound, and
Right.
hamburger was at $3.89, I think.
Yeah, and you just ground it yourself.
I
Now, what
bought-
kind of fat do you use?
The brisket fat.
Okay.
I mean, instead of trimming it before like you'd normally trim it before you cook it, I just ground the whole damn
You just
thing.
ground it all up together, right?
And I ground up a couple pork shoulders the other day.
Ooh.
So, and you know what's in the meat because
Right.
you ground it.
Because you did it yourself, right? I might have to start.
And one other thing I've been doing is to make
I'll be
the
back, guys.
to
Okay,
make
honey.
the food stretch. I've been planning my leftovers.
And
Instead
I've
of-
been doing some of that
Instead of
myself.
cooking for one meal and having not enough leftovers for another meal, I've been planning 2 meals and cooking it all at once.
Right. I did that with a pork shoulder last
And
week.
we are throwing out a lot less food.
Mm-hmm. And I've noticed ever since I started making a meal plan, like And another thing I've been doing, I used to try to go grocery shopping for 2 weeks at a time. But I'm not doing that now. I'm going every single week.
Yeah.
Because I can shop the sales and plan our meals around the sales.
Right.
Yeah.
I never know what my meals are going to be till I hit the store and see what they have.
Right. And well now, Kroger has pork shoulders for 97 cents a pound. Grumpus, do you have a Kroger over there?
I do. Who said
You should
that?
go check them out.
Who
If you
said
get
that?
this app, y'all, there's an app called Flip, F-L-I-P-P, and it will give you all of the sales ads in your area. You just got to go through and click which stores you shop at, and it'll notify you every time the sales ad comes out. And that way you don't have to go to the store and look at the ads. You can look at it in your living room and plan everything from there.
Beach Flower, where are you at in the world?
You use Flip too, yeah.
Where in the world are you?
Galveston.
Beach Flowers in Galveston?
Yeah, Galveston Island.
Well, I should have the same sale then.
Yes, you should. They'll get you
Hey,
about
Terry,
10.
how you doing?
Oh,
Well,
Terry, thank you so much for coming tonight. We love seeing you.
I might be grinding up some pork butts this weekend.
See there?
Yeah.
I don't have that sale.
Terry.
But my sales, we got $3.99 a pound T-bone at Winn-Dixie.
Oh, that's pretty good.
Yeah, that's not bad at all. And I'm going to go get some. And they got $9.99 a pound salmon. Look, y'all, look, Grumpus.
And you got a new vacuum sealer too.
Yes, I do. I certainly do. Look, I bought some of this week. I just tried it earlier. Oh, let me turn it right side up. It's salmon fillet, canned.
Oh, yeah?
Sure.
And I just tried them tonight to make sure they were worth a flip.
How
They're
were they?
not bad. I mean, it's canned fish.
I mean, I love sardines and the kippers and all that kind of stuff, but I just have a hard time with salmon.
Oh, that's right. You don't care for salmon, do you?
I've even tried it in nice restaurants, and I still don't.
And you still don't care for it, huh?
What about
Well, now
smoked salmon?
I'll tell you what I think.
I can do smoked salmon with some crackers.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
I can do that, but grilled salmon and all that kind of stuff, I can't do it.
It's not your cup of tea.
And I don't know why.
Flour, that is the one thing on my list that I need to get. I've got a water bath canner. I've got the food saver. I've got everything I need except a pressure canner. And that's one thing I don't have. I even got tons of jars. I stick them on top. There's a space between my cabinets and my ceiling, and I stick all my jars up there.
I've never tried pressure canning.
I don't know. I have an instant pot. An instant pot. Is that what she's talking about? I don't know what she's talking about.
Sorta. It cooks the same way, but with an Instapot, I would not suggest trying to can anything in an Instapot. Number one, because you don't know how many pounds of pressure there is. And that's pivotal to canning properly, is knowing how many pounds of pressure there is. You bought an All-American 920. Oh, I bet you do. I bet you do. See, now, I can't use a great big one like that because I got one of them kind of stoves that has a heat governor on it. You know what I'm talking about, don't you, Grumpus? It won't get hot enough.
Not me.
If it starts to boil and the temperature kicks down.
Automatically?
What is it?
You said automatically it cuts back?
Yeah, it just does that. And it's supposed to be some kind of safety feature that keeps you from burning your house down. I'd rather burn my house down.
I'd be figuring out a way to bypass that.
I'm trying to figure out a way to buy a new stove. Instead of the one that the landlord wants to let me have. Meat and beans that are low acid have to be, and vegetables too. If you want to can carrots or potatoes or sweet potatoes, or if you don't want to pickle it, you better pressure can it.
Is your stove gas? I should probably know this because I've watched so many of your videos, but is it gas or electric?
Mine's electric.
Okay.
Now,
mine too.
I'll tell you what
gas.
I could do. I could get a propane bottle and probably stick a canner out there on that Blackstone and get all the boiling pressure I wanted.
You could probably do it on one of them little crawfish boilers.
Well, I got that too. I got a crawfish boiler. Hey, Patrick, how are you? Go put your makeup on. But I also have a camp stove, like a Coleman camp stove, that I could hook some gas up to and do it that way. So, I mean, I have options. You can can on a crawfish cook. Okay. Well, I got one of them. I live on the Gulf Coast of Mississippi. You know I got a crawfish cooker. Of course, I'm not a huge fan of crawfish, and I think most all y'all know that, except for our new people.
Yeah.
So is there a difference between, because I can a lot of jam,
Mm-hmm.
and then I've done pickles and things like that, simple things. But I do water bath, like just a water bath canning until the
Sure.
seals pop,
Right.
you know. But what's the difference with a pressure canning?
The acid level in the food. Fruit has a lot of acid in it, and then you add lemon juice,
Mhm.
right? You add vinegar to pickle stuff that has a lot of acid in it. But if you wanted to can green beans without putting vinegar in it, just the green beans. Say you wanted some potatoes and green beans mixed together in a quart jar,
Mhm.
and you
With
just
like
pour
some
boiling water,
and salt or
boiling
something.
salted water over it, and then you wanted to can it. You've got to do it under pressure because there's no acid in it.
Oh,
Yeah.
that makes sense. Okay.
I can't see his shirt, Patrick. He's hiding it from me. Let's see. Oh yeah. I like that too. That's one of them flannel shirts.
It's cold
Is
down
it
here.
orange or red?
It's red.
Okay.
it's
Are
red.
you cold?
Pardon me?
How cold is it down over there?
It is, I can tell you right now,
It's 34 degrees.
it's 41 here.
It's 34 where I am at.
Oh my.
Mm-hmm.
Y'all.
Yep. Our high today was I think it was only 30. Maybe it was 29 even.
Yeah, it didn't get very warm today. I've been out in it all day.
Oh.
Cold, damp.
Hey, Charlotte,
Yes, honey.
real quick, did you get Monday's notification for the video I put out?
Oh, he put
On
out a video?
Monday?
Yeah.
Honey, I don't believe so.
Well, I put out that video you asked me to.
Okay.
So,
I did not get in fact, I got one notification from you today for your live stream, and that's all I've seen all week from your channel. And I don't know why.
I probably do.
Okay.
You might want to check if you have the bell on all and not on.
Okay.
And
I'll
this-
check that.
This was
You
on your
know what I
cartoon.
mean?
Let me see hang on, let me see. Beach Flower said she just canned. Oh, she canned 5 pints of Mississippi pork roast.
Nice.
Buy your pork butt and can it. Oh, that sounds so good. Oh, Patrick wants to know if you're wearing a shirt, DJ.
I'm in bed. What do
Oh,
you
he's in bed. Of course, he's not wearing a shirt.
think?
And Sherry said it's been 40 there in Huffman.
Yeah, it's not
I'm
too
not
far
sure what
from me.
state that is, Sherry, but wherever Huffman is.
That's in Texas. That's not too
Is
far
it?
from me.
Okay. Look at all my Texas folks.
Oh. She's right over there by Lake Houston.
I think I might need to join the Texas club. What do y'all think?
Come on
There you
over.
go.
We got plenty of room.
No.
DJ said no. No.
Oh my gosh. Speaking of joining the Texas Club, you remember how I told y'all like people are moving to this area, this kind of little trifecta here, or between Austin
Yeah.
and San Antonio and everything. Well, it's exploding around here. And anyhow, I think I told you I'm part of this moms group for my little town. And it's grown over the last 4 years. It's grown from 250 people to now it's just under 3,000. Oh, yeah.
Mm.
All these people daily people popping in like, hey, y'all, or hey, they don't say y'all, but they say, hey, we're moving to your area from Oregon. Hey, we're moving to your area from Colorado. Hey, we're moving to your area from New York. Blah, 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 blah.
California.
Daily. Well, now they've been on there complaining because, this is a small town. I say small town, but our population is not over 30,000 for sure. And we have one high school, a couple middle schools, a handful of preschools, a couple of fast food restaurants. I mean, there's just not a lot here. It's a very rural community. Anyhow, these women are on there and they're all angry because there's a 2-year wait list for every single private preschool now.
Well, that's what happened.
Well, yeah. And it's, it's terrible. But then they're like, I'm having to drive 25 miles to take my kid to preschool. What happened?
Sherry said, I'm sorry, Beach Flower. We aren't all drug addicts.
Oh, what are we talking about?
What?
I think she's talking about Texas. I'm not
Like
sure, but I think
it's a play on words on Huffman.
yeah. Yeah.
Hmm.
And Patrick said, Marcel, don't worry. When I arrive there, most of them will leave.
There goes the neighborhood.
I know. Hey, Patrick, we ought to synchronize our arrival in Texas.
You'll be safe in your treehouse.
Okay, I need a tree house. I'm feeling a little neglected here, or at least a little lot to put a tiny home on.
There you go. Come on. Yeah. Just
I just need a little piece right now, garden. Of course, we could turn it into a compound, and we could all just garden together.
You could teach gardening lessons.
I'm going to help dig out a koi pond and put an island in the middle that I can live on.
Ooh, just make it big enough for me to paddleboard up.
Paddleboard up. And I need an endless supply of this Merlot.
Oh man! So is Poppy already in bed?
Mm-hmm.
I gotcha. Yeah.
Believe it or not, Poppy was in bed before I even started the live stream.
Tired, huh?
Yeah, he was really tired. Well, he's been taking a new medicine for his knee, and it's not a narcotic or anything, but it really makes him tired, and I'm not sure why. It's called indomethacin. It's an NSAID, like Motrin on speed. It's like a really strong anti-inflammatory.
You need to go outside.
But it makes him super tired. And,
sorry, my little old dog is walking in circles, which is never.
Yeah, mine's doing the same thing, tapping all over her crate. Hey, can y'all hold down the fort? I've got to run to the potty.
I'm gonna take my little dog out. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Rumpus, DJ, you guys got this.
Well, guys, I'm sorry I'm late to the party. Been out all evening. Good to see some new names in here.
Yeah, really is.
So how you been doing, DJ?
I've been doing good. How about you?
I'm just trying to stay warm. I'm not built for this cold weather.
Yeah, neither am I.
I had the fireplace running the last 2 evenings. I didn't light it tonight because I wasn't home.
Nice. Yeah, I mean, I'm definitely not used to the cold. I know I probably told the story before, but one year it got so cold that my wheelchair broke. Which, as you could probably guess, is not good when you rely on a wheelchair to get around. And not to mention, this was at school.
Oh,
So, yeah, kind of to, but you know, level.
so Grumpus, I wanted to ask you, have you
Patrick did
noticed
it.
that? I'm sorry, what?
Patrick did it.
Patrick probably did. He says oh, for the love of Pete. Grumpus. Seriously? Oh, Lord have mercy.
Rumpus is going to put a hot tub in his backyard next.
Grumpus can have a fence around his yard.
I've got a fence around my backyard.
Well, there you go. There you
I'm
go.
trying to get the neighbors to pitch in so we can make it taller.
Hey, that sounds like a plan. Yeah. Little ding-a-ling. I wish I could do that. Oh, for God's sake. She's crying to go outside. And the reason she wants to go outside is not to piddle. She wants to go outside so she can go over to the fence where the neighbor's back door is and bark her full head off. That's all she does. Well, there's nobody out there.
Yeah.
She just barks for no reason. And I don't understand. You want a hot tub in the treehouse? And a distillery too?
Me and Patrick's going to make a still. We're going to build a still out there in the back.
I'm going to start eating my old oak tree some Miracle Grow. Make it like...
Oh my gosh. Okay, hang on, guys. Hang on. I gotta see what's going on there.
My little old dog, he's blind in his left eye, and he's just a hot mess. He's just a hot mess. And so the other day I let him out. We built him a little fenced-in yard area right off the house. And that way, when it's warm out, he can get some exercise and walk around there.
Sure.
Anyway, he, steps coming up to the house, but he ran out the gate the other day, and I think he kind of counts his steps, or he just has a feel for it now. And he ran smack dab into the steps, like conk, like I thought he was knocked himself out. And I was like, oh my God, Rex. And then the very same day, took him out a while later, and he went for the steps, and he lost his footing, and he literally rolled down the steps. And that was like, oh. And so I picked him up, carried him in.
Poor puppy.
Just a hot mess. And then earlier today, he shocked me to death, because normally he's real ginger with what he does. Like, he doesn't, I used to call him my circus dog. He's a Jack Russell. And he used to bounce so high, and I have video of him just jumping so high. He can't do it anymore. But we were going down the steps, and I normally carry him, but it wasn't icy or anything, plenty of light. So I let him go, and he got to the second step, and he jumped off. And he was I was like, whoa, you've got some spring in your step today, like little burst of energy, old guy.
Yeah.
Well,
maybe it was that brain injury from falling the day before.
When I had my Basset hounds, one day I reversed the panels in the patio door, because the track was kind of wearing out on one side, so I reversed them.
Right.
It wasn't 15 minutes. That dog come rearing through the house and run right into that panel because that door used to be open. Bloodied his nose. I thought he'd really injured himself because he just liked to knock
He
him.
didn't care, did he?
It just knocked him silly.
Uh,
Because I have a sunroom that I built on. So the house, it used to be a courtyard. So it's got patio doors on both sides. So
Right.
when I enclosed that room and made a room out of it, I just left the patio doors there, and they're always open. So in his whole lifetime, that door had never been closed.
Never been shut.
uh,
And to make it worse, I did it the next day.
Oh no!
Yeah,
Did he laugh at you?
I think I was laughing at me inside.
Good night, Beach Flower. Thanks for coming this evening. I enjoyed
Beach
having
Flower.
you. Come back again.
Nice to meet you.
I'm usually
Beach
here on
Flower.
Friday evenings.
yeah.
Have a great weekend.
Yeah, you do that and try to stay warm.
For reals.
It's only 50 degrees here. Which, I mean,
That's nice.
it is nice. It's a little muggy out right now, but it's perfect weather. Perfect.
It's
damp.
not muggy here. It's
Well, it's been foggy all day. It's almost like the clouds are settled right on top of us. And so it's been warm, but it's been misty. It's kind of weird. But yeah, it's wet, but it's not too cold. And I like it that way.
yeah. Day before yesterday, our patios, just like it happened a couple weeks ago, everything was completely iced over. We had icicles hanging from the covered patio, icicles from the cars, everything.
Man. But it's only supposed to get 55 tomorrow here.
That's supposed to be your high tomorrow?
Yes, with rain.
Let's see. Our high, according to iPhone weather, tomorrow, well, our high tomorrow, oh no, that's Sunday, sorry. Our
shoot.
high is supposed to only be up to 43 tomorrow.
Yep, we all got a little colder than us.
We're supposed to be 73 and our low is 61.
Ooh, that's way warmer than us.
Well, it's supposed to be rainy, but oh wait a minute. See, I knew that was a lie. I knew that was a lie. There ain't no way it's 61 at night. Not in February.
Yeah, downhill it's gonna be 86 for a high and 63 for a low.
Ooh! Good Lord, it might as well be June there.
I
Husband's
know.
high
Right?
tomorrow is 45.
And DJ,
What?
you're in Florida? DJ's in Florida?
Yeah,
Yes,
South Florida.
Southwest. Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah. See, right now it is 48 degrees, 72% humidity. And tomorrow, see, I knew that was a lie. Our high is 66 and our low is 53. And then Sunday and Monday it's supposed to be in the low 40s. And then it's supposed to warm back up. But our daytime temps are between 60 and 69 all week.
Yeah, when it comes to next week,
Mm-hmm.
the absolute lowest we're gonna hit is 77. So,
Wow.
yeah.
Yeah, I'm glad you know what? I'm so glad you said that because sometimes I get homesick for Florida.
Yeah.
And I'm glad you just said that because I don't like those temperatures.
Yeah,
we're
well,
supposed to be back up. Sorry, DJ.
at least they're not like summer temperatures because summer we could get, into the 90s, which I hate because that's way too hot.
Hmm.
Like 96 is my tipping point. Well, I
Right.
I want it to be cold.
Well, it looks like I'm going to be able to plant my tomatoes on the 7th,
Nice.
In the
which
ground?
is about par for the course around here. I could probably do it on Saturday, but it's going to be raining. Well, it says few showers, so that means probably not raining. Huh.
Well, I've got
Because
to go start taking some.
we're going to be in the high 50s from the 7th on.
Yeah, but over here we used to get one last frost
Right around Easter.
right before April 1st.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Third or
Well,
fourth
we
week
won't
it
get a
used to
frost,
hit.
but it might get down in the 40s. Yeah. But I've got my greenhouse out there, so if it does, I can just cover them up.
Ooh, that's nice.
Well,
Nice.
it's not a greenhouse. It's a 3 by 10 foot long, 3 foot tall tunnel that has zippers. I got it on Amazon last year for like $60. And I
Nice.
set it
I think
inside the
Patrick's
bed.
next.
It's a little less than 10 feet long, actually. But I just set it inside the bed and put like little coat hangers. I bend them and stick them in the ground so it won't blow over.
Okay.
And I can put my tomatoes in there and open up the flaps, and they don't get too hot when it's 100 degrees out. But, and I'll take it down before it's 100. But in the beginning of the season, I like to put it up because I can warm them up if I need to. I put a couple of gallons water bottles out there with hot water in them, and
Hey, Charlotte,
yeah.
is there anyone in purgatory?
I'm gonna look and see. I'm gonna assume Patrick's down there. Is he? No, he's not. Yes, he is. Never mind. I lied. I'm a lying heifer. Sorry,
Yeah.
Patrick. I'm so sorry. I wasn't on my StreamYard page. I was on my YouTube page because, hey, Patrick.
Yeah,
Hi, Patrick.
I
PJC.
got that, but I just saw the private chat and he was saying that you locked him up. So,
He was saying, help, help.
yeah.
I'm down here.
I was quite happy there.
So is it rather be in purgatory than the
Just hanging out, enjoying the solitude.
Yeah, it's sort of, there's something about it. There's a vibe.
Okay,
It's sort of interesting, man.
that's awesome. I didn't know there was a vibe in my purgatory. All
There
right.
is. You should try it sometime.
I should.
Can you try it, though? Can you be in your own purgatory?
I don't think so.
No,
Yes,
you'd have to be in someone
yes,
else.
you can.
Oh, yes, I can.
Yes, you can.
Yes,
Yeah.
I can.
Because
You'll love it.
all she needs to do is remove herself from the actual flame without leaving it. So,
I'm in there right now. You want to see?
Are you?
Yeah,
How
yeah,
exciting. And you
because I'm
can,
using 2 devices.
you can be in there and,
See?
oh, oh,
yeah.
Like magic.
this is trippy.
Woo! Now I got to get
There's a
myself off
delay,
there.
so it looks like
Ooh.
2 different people.
Yeah.
This is freaking me out, man.
Look at there. There's two of me. We're twinsies.
Yeah, but there is a delay, so
There is a delay, yes.
yeah.
Yeah.
Dwayne's in the house.
Yeah, Dwayne's been here for a bit.
Has he?
Wait,
Like the 1960s. Every time
This
I
is
hear
weird.
that phone, Grumpus's phone, it reminds me of 1970s porn.
I wouldn't blame me. Tell us more.
I grew up
Which
with
one
three
is-
phones.
oh gosh. When Em came out here a minute ago,
Mhm.
she had already gone to bed right before I hopped on here with you guys. But then
Right.
she came out and she goes, can you turn it down? You're being too loud with your friends. I said, you talking to me? And so that's when I was like, so I said, I'll be back. And I walked back and then I realized it wasn't me. She was hearing my son, his room is literally right across the hall from hers. And he was chatting with a friend. He had music going and it was loud. I said, it's not me you hear.
Oh.
Go knock on the door and tell him.
Mom,
But,
can you be quiet?
Yeah.
Mom.
But she immediately assumed it was you, Marcel.
Yes.
Very
Guilty
disturbing.
as charged.
Oh
I just
my goodness.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
Gary Brooker from the
Well-
British rock band something passed away.
Procol Harum.
Procol Harum.
That's the
Famous
one.
Never
was
heard
a whiter shade of pale. Okay.
Yeah, you could sing that, Charlotte.
That's
You know
a
that
great.
one. Come on.
Yeah. No.
The whiter shade of pale. Oh, thanks for the round of
I know that
applause.
song. I don't know that song. I don't think I have to look.
Sure you do.
No,
Do I?
I don't listen to
Well,
that.
you know it. You know it. I'm surprised you didn't recognise it by me singing it just then.
I am too. It was the perfect rendition.
Perfect. Perfect.
Yeah, well, I could tell that I definitely don't know that. So,
Oh yes, you
Yeah.
do.
No,
Google it.
That's a
YouTube
that's a
it. You'll.
well-known song.
That's a great
I
song.
will. I can't right now.
I can't remember all the words. I was just sitting here
Oh,
thinking, and I can't.
DJ would
my
have
old-
DJ would have to put a shirt on to go and listen
Well,
to that.
yeah, that too.
Or maybe it
I think
doesn't
he's
matter,
down for
DJ.
the count. That's not happening tonight.
Yeah, I mean, like, this is,
Oh, we're gonna get
There
a.
you go.
Gonna get
You guys
gonna
asked.
get a
this
look.
guys
is
asked for
where
it.
you
Oh,
see
I'm sorry, I asked.
the dog
Now he's just toying with us.
in my
Yeah.
face.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're teasing
He's
us,
such a
DJ.
tease.
Imagine. Oh, I've got all sorts of things I could say right now.
I could have picked up my iPad and sent you my bare chest, so
Yeah, send that to Charlotte. Send it to Charlotte.
Why would you do that?
Well,
You trying to get me
might-
killed?
you might like it.
Oh, we can get some
Yeah.
light fandango. Turn cartwheels
Yeah.
across the floor. That's right.
Yeah,
I was
that's the
feeling
one.
kind of seasick, and the crowd called out for more. Yep.
Yeah.
Thank you, Dwayne. Patrick,
There you go.
you get the big
Yes,
question of the night. How
I'm-
much of
no,
your
I'm-
grocery price has gone up?
Oh, geez, I thought you were going to ask. You were going to
Yeah.
propose to me. I thought you were going to propose to me or something.
Oh God, no! Why would I do that?
I was going to say I'm happily. I don't.
Look,
I'm not
if
interested.
anything happens to Poppy, I'm in the rental business. That's it.
I will see y'all around, alright?
Hello.
All right, DJ. Thank you so much for coming, honey. It's good to talk to you again.
Have a good
Right.
weekend,
Yeah.
DJ.
Bye,
Good night, DJ.
Yeah, take care, my dear.
Okay, I will.
Good
Bye.
night.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what we're talking about tonight. We're talking about grocery prices and is it going to get worse and what are we doing to mitigate the costs and things like that.
And they do. When you, like you were talking about earlier, when I was in the chat, when you do the grocery services, like the curbside pickup or the delivery, they jack up those prices because, probably everybody, who cooks at all, you've done enough of your own shopping, but you have a rough idea of how much
Oh, sure. Yeah.
a dozen eggs cost or whatever. Well, I know for a fact, last year when the pandemic was still going on real strong, beginning of the year, I was doing a lot of the curbside pickup because I had the kids, and I was home alone with them. A dozen eggs was like $1.90 or something, but they were charging me $5 on the grocery pickup. And I was like, is this like they're estimating, like in case the prices change dramatically tomorrow? But I didn't ever look at my receipt. I couldn't bear it, but I just did it because I needed it. But
Right.
Yeah, no, they were jacking those prices up.
And that's one of the main things that I do. Because I don't drive, I just order them and then Puppy picks them up on his way home. So that way he doesn't have to do the shopping and waste time. I mean, let me tell you something. Ever since I quit driving, this has been 20 years ago, he's done the grocery shopping and he has to do it, on his way home or on a Sunday afternoon. And when this order it and pick it up at the store thing came out, it was like a godsend for him because,
I love the curbside pickup.
Yeah, I do too. And so what are you doing, Patrick? Tell us about the prices in Australia.
How much are you paying for petrol for fuel over there? What does it
About
cost?
$3.29 a gallon.
All right. Now, what's that for? Is that just for regular standard?
Just regular gas.
Regular
Just
unleaded.
Regular old unleaded gas.
Okay, so
84, I think.
So it $3?
84.
What did you say? $3.84.
Ours is $3.29. Grumpus said his was $3.49 earlier today.
No,
And
I
then
paid
Marcel, is
$2.90.
yours about the same?
Yeah, mine was $3.27. I actually got gas this afternoon.
I paid $2.94 yesterday.
Oh, $2.94. I'm sorry.
Yep.
I'm sorry. I got confused. But out in California, Karen said hers was $4.99 a gallon.
Ooh.
And so what's yours? Is it per liter?
It's just because when as soon as this business started in Ukraine, it went up. It's about $2.05 per liter, which is, I think there's 4 liters.
That's $8 a gallon or more.
Yep.
Wow.
Oh my gosh.
So I want to take this opportunity to say that I'm looking for donations. I'll set up a GoFundMe page to get petrol.
We'll work.
You have
for
a Cash App?
Yeah.
We'll put your Cash App link in the
Yeah.
comment.
I'm going to do it.
Do it.
Was it Patreon? Is it, or GoFundMe? One of them.
GoFundMe.
One of them. I just go up to people in the street now and ask them for there's people, the ones that sit outside the grocery store and ask for money, they're doing well because everyone gives it. So I'm going to start
those are
doing
Girl
that.
Scouts.
No, they're not.
Dwayne said it.
No.
His is $1.40 per liter in Canada. That's a lot too.
Yep, that is.
I wonder what
4 liters equals.
Dwayne will work it out. Dwayne will know. What's the exchange rate between the Australian dollar and the Canadian dollar?
Oh, Dwayne will do that.
I'd be curious to know.
He's a smart guy.
But I'd say, what is that? It's probably about 4 times the price for fuel in Australia.
That's insane.
So I'll put my bank account details in the private chat, folks.
Yeah, do that.
So if you'd all be kind enough to just whatever you can afford,
Sure.
because I've got to drive. I see I have to drive to do my work. So you can see where this is going. I need help. I need you to.
Well, of course.
Yeah.
In order to be able to get to work, you've got to have petrol.
Lots of money. I mean, I've been relying on the dude. I mean, he's running out of money now.
I was going to say he's probably half broke by now.
Just today, he said, "I've got no more." He said, "I've given you everything." I said, I used a rude word. I swore at him and I said, "Look, I need the money." So, I'm living on bread and water, folks.
And chips.
And chips.
And chips.
Double crunch. Oh, those look
DJ,
good.
listen to the song. Did you like the song, DJ? I can't believe he's never heard it before. It's crazy. Of course, he's just a youngin'.
I have to listen. I don't know it by name. I might hear it.
I
If
don't
know
know
it
that
if
I've
I
never heard it.
Oh,
Yes, you have.
I don't listen to that rowdy stuff.
It's not.
a lighter shade of pale.
Somebody YouTube it and share it on the thing.
Hold on.
Let's get us a copyright strike. No, I'm.
Let's see.
Well, some of the grocery store prices, you just have to pay them.
Oh, definitely, yeah, yeah. Just like this canned salmon that I bought.
I mean, the wife,
Right.
she left an empty gallon of milk on the counter to let me know I need to pick some up. She's the only one around here that eats it with her cereal.
Mm-hmm.
If I don't go ahead and get it, then I can't buy beer.
What?
You better pay for that dang milk then.
We're talking a serious gallon of milk here.
That's
That
right.
is very serious.
We used to go through a gallon of milk when the kids were smaller. I mean, every single week we'd go through a gallon of milk. But I've actually had it where our milk consumption has slowed down so much. I actually had to throw out nearly a quarter of a gallon not too long ago because it went sour.
wow.
Yeah.
Just didn't drink it fast enough. So I've started buying a little, like a pint. But then I went through the grocery line the other day and I had a pint of milk, a huge thing of half and half because that's what we use in our coffee. And then we get some of the flavored coffee creamer. And we just looked like dairy addicts. And then I think I had cheese and cottage cheese and all this stuff. I was like,
That sounds like my grocery cart.
you know.
Well, my wife takes so much medication she can't take it on an empty stomach, so she has to have breakfast. And I mean, I don't normally eat breakfast, so she's about the only one that consumes milk around here.
Okay, I've worked it out.
Okay.
The Australian dollar or the Canadian dollar is worth $1.09 Australian. So, but basically, it's dollar for dollar.
Okay.
So $1.40. Is it per litre in Canada? Is that $1.40 per litre? That's real cheap. Yeah. That's much cheaper than here.
We're the only bozos that still use, I forget what they call that system. What do they call it, y'all?
The what?
Not metric, but American. Because now we're the only ones that use it. It might as well be called American.
Yeah, what is that called? The imperial system? What is it?
I think it is imperial. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, but see, there's a lot of you, so you get away with it.
Safety in numbers.
I guess.
Exactly.
I don't know.
And you drive on the wrong side of the road too.
Indeed. Apparently we do.
Lots of things you do wrong over there, but you seem to just get away with it. It's amazing.
It really is.
We're a rebellious culture.
Unbelievable. On the wrong side of the road. You live in tree houses. Unbelievable.
Oh my goodness.
We say y'all.
Y'all, and you say fiddlesticks. Haven't
And
heard you
Yeah.
say that to her.
And we say we're fixing to go do something.
Yeah.
Or
Fixes, oh, yeah.
Does Patrick?
I've got cousins in Pennsylvania, and I remember when they would come visit when I was a teenager, and I didn't think anything of it. I would always say, "Well, I'm fixing to go over here and do that." And my cousin Jennifer looked at me and she goes, "Is that what you're fixing to do?" And I said, "Yeah, but I'm fixing to go over here." And she was like, "Is that what you're fixing to do?" I said, "Yeah, that's what I'm fixing to do." But I didn't think about it, you know. And then one time I went to Pennsylvania to visit up there. She took me to her neighborhood pool, and I had some jerk guy come up, and she was like, "This is my cousin from Texas." And this guy goes, "How many horses do you have?" And I said,
Bosses.
"I live in the city." It's like, you drive a car? I don't know. But
Doing
yeah,
the city, man.
yeah.
Does Patrick know the plural of y'all?
I don't know. Do you, Patrick?
The plural of y'all. I thought it wasn't. Isn't that a plural already? Just y'all means everyone.
It's all y'all.
That's right.
All y'all. All y'all. Oh yeah, I've heard that. Oh y'all, come over here.
Yeah, all hey, all y'all, come here.
Oh y'all, come to Australia.
And
We'll pay
all
$2 a liter.
all soda is
prices?
a Coke. That's the truth. Just pick up some Cokes. And it doesn't
Yeah,
have to be Coke.
and you say what kind?
Yeah. But it's but people know, like, just pick up some Cokes, and then you show up with, root beer and lemon
Exactly.
lime soda or whatever.
Sprite,
That's how good. It
Coke,
doesn't have
Mountain
to be
Dew.
Coke.
I
Just
used
the fact
to
I want Coca-Cola.
I used to work for a woman that said when she was growing up, her mom would come out on the porch and say, "Y'all want grape or red?"
Look, there ain't nothing in the world any better than a sun kissed on a cold summer day or a hot summer day.
One of them cold knee-high belly washers.
Woo, Lord.
I love lemonade.
Oh, I'm not a fan. My kids love
really?
it though. My kids love
Yeah.
it.
My
It
kids
just
don't
makes me
really
more
like it.
thirst. Have y'all actually? Have y'all?
There you go.
Oh,
It's catching.
Have y'all actually looked up how many country drive on the right side of the road compared to the left side? Oh, that's DJ wants to know. Do we know how many countries actually drive on the right side, as a rule?
everywhere
I think
else,
it's
but
just us, DJ.
Everywhere else.
I think
That's
it's
what's wrong.
just us.
Y'all, what is it? Y'all are the only people that do it.
I don't know.
All y'all.
We just follow the rules. That's it. I don't know why they made the rules.
Well,
One of my sisters was saying that when she was a kid, one of our cousins told her that milk comes from the store. She said milk comes from a cow. Our cousin was from the city and not a farm like us.
Hang on though. Hang on. What about Mexico? Do they drive on the same side of the road as you?
They drive
Oh,
everywhere.
I've never been to Mexico.
They drive anywhere they want.
They drive anywhere you want, and a stop sign is only a suggestion.
Oh, okay. Well, that sounds like Atlanta.
Yeah, in Sweden, they drive on the right side of the road.
Oh, do they?
Yeah, they do.
Oh,
Which side do I drive on? The left. Hang on. The left.
Violet and Poppy have decided that we're going to immigrate
Yeah,
to
they drive on the right
Norway.
side of the road.
Norway.
Yeah, I told them no, they could go, but I'm staying here.
I'd love to go to Norway.
I would love to go visit, but not to live.
Oh, the weather.
It's cold there.
Oh, beautiful.
I'm sure. I'm
Beautiful. I love that.
1,000% sure it's
Oh, no.
beautiful.
No, I mean the weather is beautiful. The cold, bring it on.
Oof. I don't think I could live in that kind of cold.
No.
Well,
I'd like to visit it. I tried to live in it, and it wasn't so bad, I
yeah.
guess.
you were there, Marcel. You were in Sweden, wasn't it? Was it Sweden? Yeah.
Is that right? Isn't that right next to Norway?
Right next to Norway. Never crossed the border to go to Norway, but we did take a ferry and go to Copenhagen, Denmark for a weekend.
Oh, how fun.
That was fun. Yeah, that was about the extent. Then we traveled a little bit within Sweden to some like small towns, but mostly just stayed around Stockholm. That's where I was living in this big city there.
Mhm.
Yeah, beautiful there, beautiful, very cold. It was the first time I really experienced snow like deep enough to walk in, and I never knew it would be crunchy. We didn't have a car, and so we'd have to walk to the bus stop, and I guess I never realized, it was so crunchy
Yeah.
The
when you walk
street
on
was
it.
crunchy.
No, the
No,
snow. You walk in the snow.
Oh, the snow was. Oh yeah, it's crunchy.
yeah, I didn't know that
Yeah.
until then. So I got to look like a weirdo when I was like started walking in the snow, and I had my boots on, and then I was turning in circles like all the, and they were like,
You're
"What are you
like, what
doing?"
the
I was like, "I
hell is
didn't know
this?
snow would make this much noise." They thought I was just a weirdo.
Holy crap! Look at DJ done come up with dropping some knowledge bomb on us. 163 countries drive on the right side of the road.
I'm saying.
See, Patrick. Told you.
Well, good on you. Good for you.
I had no idea, honestly. I had no idea. I thought we were the only ones. I did. Truly.
Golf clap for you, Charlotte. There you go.
Quit. Quit. Look at that. That was terrible. Okay, I think Japan is like England with how they drive. I don't know. See, I feel stupid because I've never been anywhere.
What's the country you would like to go? Like a bucket list country you would like to visit? For me, I'd like to do a UK tour. I've always wanted to go there. And I just there's so many historical sites and things I'd like to see.
Come on, Charlotte.
We're warm.
Anywhere in the world.
I'm traveling right now.
Gee, hard question, Marcel. You've put them
I
on the
didn't
spot.
mean to.
Probably either Ireland or Spain.
Oh, yeah,
Ooh.
yeah.
It's
I've
fun.
heard Spain is beautiful. I've never been to Spain.
Yeah. Spain is probably. I mean, I don't have any ties to Spain or anything like that. It's just yeah. South America, any country in South America, Uruguay,
Virgin Islands.
Ireland would be nice. I mean,
Costa Rica.
yeah. Oh, yeah.
What about you, Patrick?
Antarctica.
Patrick, you couldn't live there.
Well, people do. You could get a job there.
What? Really? Nuh-uh. They don't even have grocery stores. Do they?
Well, no.
I don't know.
Okay, the only thing I knew about Antarctica is a program I saw on, I think, National Geographic one time. And it was this person that was living under the ice in this, was like a bomb shelter. And he was studying things, and the wind was howling outside. And they were describing the climate and how no human can survive for very long outside in that climate. So that's all I know of it. But it was a very interesting documentary.
No, it's only Australians can survive. So that's why I can adapt genetically.
Dwayne is Dwayne's listing his bucket list stuff. He's got Nashville, Memphis, Macon, Miami, Japan.
Miami? Why would you want to go to Miami?
Yeah, and I hate to break it to you about Memphis too, but
Memphis is
a little underwhelming.
Successful. Macon as in Georgia?
Go for the
Memphis.
barbecue and visit Graceland.
Oh
And they
yeah,
go home.
definitely. Barbecue, Graceland, get out.
Yeah.
And don't spend the night there.
Mm-mm.
Don't spend the night in Memphis.
Mm-mm.
No.
Sounds like a
Very
sacrifice.
dangerous. Very dangerous there.
Is it?
Kind of like New Orleans. Only Memphis might smell better than New Orleans.
We love New Orleans though, but it does smell certain parts of it.
Oh.
Like the really touristy parts, it really does smell like urine.
Yeah.
Especially Bourbon Street. It's pretty rank.
It's gross.
Yeah.
Gross. But the food cannot be beat. I mean, the food is amazing.
That's Bourbon Street. That's Bourbon Street. And there's lots of other places where it's not so. It's just because everybody's drunk on Bourbon Street and
puking and peeing themselves.
Yeah, and so you can smell that. It's like embedded in the stone, cobblestone.
And y'all, Tuesday is Mardi Gras. And if you watch the news, you're guaranteed to see some drunk getting run over by a float. It will happen. Happens every year. We had our parade last Saturday, and I skipped it. Poppy walked with Violet in the parade, and I stayed home with Murphy. Because that is what, this area will find any reason in the world to have a parade. We have parades at least monthly. And it's a lot of fun. It's a lot of fun. But that is one parade I will not go to because they're all drunk. They're all trying to get beads.
Oh my gosh. Even in like an offshoot, like in Gulfport, they're not really.
Yeah. At the one in the town next to me, every year somebody gets shot at. I don't like them. And the drunks will hop in front of the kids to grab beads out of the sky, Somebody will be trying to throw beads to a kid or a little stuffed animal, and some drunk adult will come along and just grab it and kind of like the Grinch. I'm number one.
Sounds like so much fun.
It's just so much fun. Traumatizing fun.
I just don't. I've been to one since we moved here a decade ago, and I have nothing good to say about Mardi Gras. I don't understand it. And I don't even like king cakes.
Yeah, Dwayne came back and he says Nashville because he wants to see the Grand Ole Opry. That's good.
Oh, okay. I've seen that. That's good.
Memphis because of blues clubs and jazz clubs. Macon, as I said, to see the Allman Brothers Band Big House Museum. Oh, okay.
That makes sense.
In Miami for the beach. Dude, there are
better beaches than Miami.
Florida. Yeah, go a little bit. Well, I don't know. Miami's
or Walton Beach or Destin or Pensacola Beach even.
Yeah. And down in the Keys look amazing.
The Keys. Yeah. Just pass right by Miami and Florida City and go another 100 miles to Key West.
Oh God. Yeah, I want to go. My sister-in-law loves to go there. They like to go there. I would love to see that. It looks amazing.
It's beautiful. It's beautiful. And it's it's a place you can go and nobody knows who you are and you can be who you want to be and do what you want to do. And like, it's almost like Vegas. What happens in Key West stays in Key West, And a lot can happen in Key West. Woo! That's a crazy place. I've seen things in Key West I had never seen before in my life. But people walking around in nothing but body paint.
Ooh, sounds like a place to go.
Grumpus, you'd probably enjoy it. Especially October. October is the best month to go.
I could probably adjust.
For Fantasy Fest, they call it. DJ just corrected himself. There's not 163. There's 70 other countries that drive on the right. The Grand Ole Opry would be worth seeing, definitely. Memphis blues clubs and jazz clubs. Where else could he go to see a blues club? Tupelo? New Orleans?
Oh,
Yeah.
for sure. Oh,
For
yeah.
sure.
Maybe Branson? Maybe. I don't know, that's pretty country, isn't it?
From what I've heard.
But I mean, country and blues kind of.
You can find little blues jazz clubs, little dives just about anywhere.
Just about anywhere. I love going to piano bars and just listening to the dude behind the piano all night long. I love doing that. We've got one here. I forget the name of it.
Trying to think. We're probably going to take the trip to Orlando this year. We're probably going to take the kids to Universal Studios.
Oh, fun.
I think we're going to go. When I was much younger, my dad actually spent nearly an entire year in the Fort Lauderdale area after Hurricane Andrew.
Right.
And we went down there. Actually, I was in Fort Lauderdale for my 21st birthday.
How fun. Did you get to do anything?
I was with my parents and my younger brother, and it was a strange birthday because my mom and I flew down there. My brother was down there working with my dad, and I think my dad was in a small, like a 1-bedroom condo that he was renting. And I think they just wanted to get rid of us because we thought it was really weird. And they were like, we're going to rent you guys a condo down the street. And I was like, you're making Meryl and I stay in a condo down the street? And I think they just wanted alone time.
Sure.
Because my parents were really conservative and they would have never done that. But they totally ditched us. And we were unsupervised in a condo in Fort Lauderdale for my 21st birthday. And I walked in, it was like midnight, and I walked in, I was trying to buy beer, and I was so excited because I was going to be able to flash my ID, and the guy didn't card me. And I was like, you need to card me. And he was like, what? And I was like, card me. And he was like, why? And I was like, because it's my birthday. Card me. You got to card me. And he said I was just as nuts as the day is long. And so he looked at my ID and he goes, happy birthday. Like, okay, that was totally eventful. And so I bought my first 12-pack of beer for my brother and I, and we went back to our weird condo alone and drank ridiculous amounts of alcohol, and then had to go back to my parents in the morning. But it's like so weird.
Oh no.
Yeah.
You had to go back there hungover.
Yeah. But we were so caught up in what we were doing, we didn't think about that mom and dad needed some time alone.
Sure. Well, maybe they were just doing it for your birthday.
Yeah, they unleashed me on my 21st birthday in Fort Lauderdale in a whole nother state with my brother. And I don't know.
I'm going to guess your theory is probably better than mine.
Yeah. No.
Did you say that was your first? Did you say that was your first beer, Marcel?
Oh no, first one I could buy.
Oh, no.
It was her first legal beer.
Yeah, I had already been many bars underage at that point.
Oh my!
Marcel.
So
Very,
naughty.
very. I'm shocked.
She's a very rowdy person. I didn't realize that.
A little fish in the kitchen is not so little.
Oh, well, I'm not as little as I used to be. That's for sure.
Well, what? Okay. What can you remember when you did have your first drink?
Yes, I do.
Are you willing to tell us?
I was with a couple of friends, and
what age you were?
I was 19. I was 19.
Oh, 19. Oh God.
Yep.
That's old.
It was old. I graduated high school when I was 17. So, I was a good girl.
You can drink legally here at 18.
Oh, wow.
It was 21. It's been 21 like basically forever for me, you know. But when my older sisters and all of them were growing up, it was 18.
The year that I turned 18, they jumped it to 19. And the year that I turned 19, they upped it to 21. And I turned 18 in 1983. So it's been 21 since 1984. Yeah. Or 85 maybe. But
who remembers what their first drink was?
Peppermint schnapps.
Mine was
Ooh.
it was a tropical wine cooler. A friend, when it was 19, my parents, of course, went out of town again, left me unsupervised.
See, she keeps blaming her parents for these things.
I know. No, I just no. But my friend brought over a 4-pack of wine coolers, the tropical flavored wine coolers, and I was absolutely bonkers on 2 of them. I had never had any alcohol, and I weighed like 105 pounds or something ridiculous.
I was 25, I think, when the first time I drank.
25?
Yeah.
You were a goody two shoes, weren't you?
What was you saving yourself for?
Yeah. Why 25?
Because
you were too cool for school.
No, I just was afraid of it.
Afraid of it?
Well, my grandmother was a raging alcoholic, and I stayed with her every weekend when I was a kid, and I didn't even realize that she was an alcoholic until I was about 12 or 13. I just thought she was a lot of fun. And then
she was a really free spirit.
Yeah. And
Lots
then she just got worse and worse and worse, and then I wanted to stay as far away from it as I could.
So what happened?
So I grew up and realized that you can say no anytime you want to, and that you don't necessarily have to be like that, like she was. You know, I mean, I don't know.
What are you doing?
I'm getting ice out of the freezer for my tea.
Oh, iced tea.
Yeah.
Alcoholic or non-alcoholic?
No, there's no alcohol.
Oh, that could change. Get some of that,
well, it won't.
Some of that Fireball.
No, I'm out. and I drank the last of my bottle of wine too. So
I can't understand that. You're out of alcohol.
Well, it just happened that way. I'm not out of alcohol. There's plenty of it in the cabinet, but I don't want any. So in a pinch, if I wanted it, it's there. It's not necessarily what I like, but it's there.
Now, Grumpus, what about you? What was your first?
My first beer?
Well, alcoholic beverage.
My first alcoholic beverage was a Schlitz.
Really?
I just love that. I don't care. It's just the name, Schlitz. It's fantastic. That's the best name for beer of all time, Schlitz.
Uh-oh, what does Charlotte do now? This is the kind of shit that happens when you're sober.
Yeah.
Do y'all hear that?
Yeah.
What is it?
I don't know, but we couldn't hear you. Now I can.
Okay.
You there, Patrick?
Yes, I'm here.
I can barely hear Patrick. Hang on. Oh, shit. You know, I think I'm going to need a new phone before too much longer.
I think you need a decent drink, Charlotte.
Yeah, we lost audio on Patrick.
Can you guys hear?
I hear you.
You guys, is that any better?
Hello?
No, Patrick.
I don't know what's happening.
Can you hear me all right?
Yeah, I can hear you just fine. Patrick can hear us, but we can't hear him. All I did was try to plug in my charger.
What if you drop him and bring him back up?
Okay, Hang on.
Careful, don't hurt.
Patrick, hang on, okay? Do you hear the beeping now?
No, it sounded like a high frequency feedback.
Yeah, it was like your ears are ringing or something.
Yeah, I don't hear it now.
Hello? Hello?
Still no audio.
No. That's odd.
Hello? Hello? Oh,
We can hear you barely. I don't know what to do.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you fine.
Loud and clear.
Hang on, guys. I'm gonna do this. Give me a second. Did I put myself?
That's the worst.
Oh God, I had that happen to me before too. Recording paused.
I've not seen that before.
How is it now?
Can you hear me?
I can hear you fine. Can you hear me?
Yeah,
I can hear you.
I can hear Marcel.
Where'd Patrick go?
I'm gonna bring Patrick back up. Where'd he go?
How's it going now?
There he is. Talk to me, Patrick.
Can you hear me? You can't hear me.
Well, I can hear you. I can hear him, but it's low.
It's low.
Oh,
It's weird.
hello?
Oh, there he
There we
is.
Don't know what's going on.
I don't know. I think it
Can
has
you
something
turn
to do
your
with my
audio
phone. So I dropped my phone out of the stream and turned it off, and now I'm using my computer. So
Oh.
Oh, okay. Well, I think we're good.
well, maybe it's time for a new phone.
Go into settings, Patrick. See if you can bump your audio just a little bit.
Settings, audio. How do you do that?
Well, there should be a. Let me look here.
No,
See down there it says automatically adjust your mic. See where it says mic volume?
well, just under audio. You
You got
mean?
camera, audio, virtual background. Click on audio.
Yeah.
You should see mic volume on the bottom.
Oh, hang on. Automatically adjust.
Tick the box.
Oh,
that says
yeah. How's that?
That's a little better. Bring it up about 125.
Well, it's up to maximum now, 200.
Woohoo!
Is that where you were sitting? Was that like where you always kind of sit that distance from your computer? I think you were maybe leaning back a little far. But
Maybe. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you great.
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, I just put the volume up. It was on some automatic setting, and I just changed it to maximum
Nice.
Hey, now you're coming in.
Sounds really nice. Yeah.
because, there'd be nothing worse than depriving you of my golden tonsils, my dulcet tones.
Golden tonsils. I've never heard that before.
Yeah,
Right.
that's a new one. All right,
Well,
you
there
guys.
you go.
What about your first drinks?
All right, to finish your answer for Patrick, my step grandfather. I'd just gotten out of high school in '71. I graduated when I was 17.
Mm-hmm.
So I came down to Rowlett, Texas to spend the summer with him. And he was a heavy drinker. And he come home with a case of the quart bottles of Schlitz.
Oh my
Schlitz.
God.
Schlitz.
I don't think I've ever
Schlitz
been.
malt liquor. That was the bull, wasn't it?
No, this was. I don't think Schlitz had a bull on it.
Which one did? One of them
Um,
did. I can't remember now. Oh well.
Yeah, the one with the bull, it was like a blue bull. Was that a
Mm-hmm.
Maltese, I think?
I think it was. Yeah.
Yeah. No, this here Schlitz, I think, was out of Milwaukee. But
Yeah.
it was some cheap rot gut stuff, and
Okay.
so it wasn't a really pleasant experience.
Oh, I bet it was terrible.
You know, he come home after work in Texas and had a case out of the cooler and just set it there on the porch. He just drank it all night, so it was warm. Come around 9 o'clock.
Jeez.
No, warm. No, I draw the line at warm beer. I don't like warm beer.
I can't get beer past my nose.
Being a 17-year-old man, there's no way I was going to let him know I couldn't handle it.
Right.
Schlitz.
At the time, it seemed like the right thing to do.
Well, it's the best name for a beer of all time. Schlitz.
Isn't it?
Oh, I've had a few Schlitzes.
Yeah. Used to get the old Schlitz ships.
Yes.
Okay, who's
yes,
familiar with? Okay, I have this friend who always drinks beer in the shower, and she calls it the shower beer. And I was wondering if any beer drinkers are familiar with the shower beer theory.
I've never heard of that.
I have never heard of that either.
Every time you go to her house and go in her bathroom, there is she's got a beer, one of those suction things, cup holders.
Yeah.
And it's on the wall in her bathroom, and there's a beer can in it.
Does she not want people to know she's drinking a beer?
No, she don't care. She doesn't care. She just likes drinking beer in the shower for some. I don't understand it.
I can't. This sounds fantastic. I want to meet her.
You would love it.
Where is she?
It's
Take
so
a
much
shower
fun.
with her.
You can enjoy it because she's all by herself with no interruptions.
Maybe that's it. Maybe. She is
Well,
something.
when I had my long hair, that might have been good because sometimes you're in there for a while washing it. But now I've chopped it all off. I'm in and out quickly.
Are you happy with that decision, or do you miss your long hair?
Oh no! I was over it myself.
Yeah.
It's probably.
But I had long hair for a long time when I was younger, and then I chopped it all off. It's either one or the other for me. There's no in between. It's either bald or just grow it like a hippie because I'm lazy. I can't be, going to hairdressers and hair salon. Oh no.
There we go. The beer that made Milwaukee famous. That was the tagline.
Schlitz.
Okay.
I don't think I've ever had. I've had quite a lot of the domestic cheap beer over there, but I don't think I've ever had Schlitz.
I
But
can't.
I
Remember.
want some right
it's
now.
a thing anymore, is it?
I can't remember the last time I saw a bottle of that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just looked it up for the logo.
I can get Pabst. Is that one of them?
PBR.
Pabst, yeah.
Yeah, I've tried that. That was that's all right.
Yeah.
But
My friend Amanda likes Modelo.
what's that?
That's her.
Oh, that's good beer.
It's a Mexican beer, I think.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And she really likes it. She likes it. And I always bring her a 6-pack of it.
I'll be right back. I don't know what.
I only get to visit her occasionally, so every time I visit, I bring her a 6-pack of Modelo. Of course, a case would be more a person.
See what Dwayne said?
What do you say?
He schlitz his finger.
Made him cut his hair.
Oh my goodness.
No one tells me what to do.
I'm really thinking about cutting all this mess off. Because I'm too old to have all this long hair.
Oh, it's just I tell you what, the convenience of not having long hair. That's just fantastic.
Well, I cut it off short a few years ago. And it was really too short because I looked like a guy. And I was like, oh, my God, I don't like this. When I was young, I could pull off short hair really well. But as an old person, no. So I think I'm just going to cut it off to my shoulders.
Oh, that'll make a big difference.
Well, it's so heavy and it's so thick. And it's hot. When summer comes around, I'm going to be miserable.
Oh, I know. I know what it's like.
It's like wearing a blanket on your head.
It is.
It's terrible.
And it soaks up all the sweat.
Oh, and God, itch so bad. Ugh. Especially when I'm out in the garden and I can feel it like dripping down the back of my head. Oh, God, it's terrible. So,
and
yeah.
Grumpus, you use, I can tell you use product in your hair.
I have to, or it sticks straight up.
Does it really? I'd love to see that.
No, you don't want to see that.
I do.
Who's that?
It's my therapy cat.
Oh, Putty Tat.
Oh.
Where's
The socks.
That.
I need a therapy badger.
Is that new?
This was my garage.
Oh, that's the one
Oh,
you
he's so
saved.
sweet.
Oh, he holds on to me.
Yeah.
Oh.
You're just glad to be in the
I carry
house.
him around like a baby. And so my friend always laughs because like we have drama and stuff going here with the kids and whatnot. She'll call me and be like, "What are you doing?" And I'd be like, "I'm carrying the therapy cat around like a baby."
I can't believe.
He puts his head on my shoulder and everything. Look at him.
Oh,
Yeah, he's a happy cat.
Oh, yeah.
he's a nice one.
Yeah, just because he's probably gonna bite my face or something. Just because this is me recorded.
Just to make a liar out of you.
Yeah,
Oh gosh.
yeah.
Do you see what Poppy did for me? Look, see that up there? There's a shelf over the doorway,
Yeah, I see that now.
and I have some canning jars up there too, and my air fryer's back there, and I'm trying to carve out every little inch of storage that I can in this place.
It's a good idea.
And that was, I don't know why we did it that way, but it turned out to be a really convenient thing to do. I've got it there. I've got it over my refrigerator, and I'm about to put one across this wall back here. It's like an 8-foot wall. Nah, it's more. Well, it's more than that, but the pantry takes up 2 feet of it. But I was thinking about doing that too and going around this way.
Yeah, I did a shelf similar to that for the over the door in the greenhouse.
Did you? What do you put up there? Just store garden stuff?
Flower
Pots.
pots and stuff. Some of the stuff, she got stuff she rotates around.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. She has her moods. Some years we have to have all clay out, and in other moods she has to have all glazed. And with the Mexican phase, we've got all these pots and stuff everywhere.
Oh,
You
wow.
probably have lots of cases of
I
Schlitz.
got too much money in them to get rid of them.
You've got
I
lots of
wouldn't get rid of them.
Schlitz. Grumpus, you've probably got lots of Grumpus, you've probably got lots of cases of Schlitz beer that you need to store.
It makes me want to buy cases of Schlitz.
Well, it sounds like the perfect setup.
It's perfect
It does.
excuse.
Man, I tell
Marcel,
you.
Marcel looks so calm with the cat. Look at that.
He's
He
in his
does,
own.
doesn't he?
This is like the cat whisperer.
See, now if I was holding that cat, it would be scratching my eyes out.
Look,
Yeah.
he literally he is hanging on to me.
I see
Yeah.
him.
I love
It's pretty cool.
Yeah.
it.
My son's cat is like that, but only with my son. If anybody else tries to do it, he gets irritated.
See, watch this. I scratch between his shoulders, and he gets all like, he's a little spoiled. But
Oh,
what's funny is
Me too.
We had a spider. We've had a couple of spiders get into the house, and he will track them down, and then he shocked us to death. It was so funny because they paw at the spider, they paw at them until they basically smush them, and then he reached out and he ate it. And like Jared, all of us, they were like, "Oh my god!" So earns his keep around here, and he's done that a couple of times.
Have you ever seen?
Kitty.
Go ahead. I'm sorry, honey.
I would say he's a hardworking kitty.
Yeah, he is. Have you seen they call them voles here. And I don't know what the difference between an underground mole and an underground vole is.
A vole with a V?
Well,
Yeah, with a V. And I never heard of that before. I just thought it was a mole. And they're about this long. And my cat will dig them up and kill them and bring them to me and lay them on the back porch back here.
Yeah, we have.
I'm like, oh, gee, thanks. So I always wanted one of those.
We have mole holes.
You just want to make sure he's earning his keep.
Well, yeah, he is. He is. Because he's keeping them out of the garden, right?
Exactly.
Look at him. He's just got his head on my shoulder.
I see him. He looks like he's about to pass out. Oh, nope, not now. Bless his heart.
Oh, he loves it. He gets mad. He doesn't want me to put him down.
Can you believe that?
Hey, where are you going? He wants to
It's like, I got to get more comfy.
No, we're
My
not
cat
getting.
does that to me when she's ready to go to bed.
Yeah.
So, I've been watching. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
I meant to tell you why I was so late.
Oh, yeah. Tell us.
I was at the Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo Barbecue Cook-Off.
Oh, how fun.
So it's all the way across town on the other side of town. At the Reliance Stadium, I met up with 6 other YouTubers.
Ah, right.
Oh, how fun.
And, well, I mean, it could have been a lot better. It was rainy. It's cold.
Oh.
Who was there, Grumpus?
Do you know Daddy Dutch? Kent?
Of course.
Yeah, he was there. Him and his wife. Big Rome.
Who?
Big Rome Barbecue.
Don't know that one. No.
Was there. How about Papa Texas?
I was going to ask, and Uncle Steve.
Uncle Steve was there. He was kind of hosting.
Yeah, they were talking about it. Yeah.
He kind of sponsored it, got us all in.
How awesome.
And there's 3 other people from up in Dallas.
Who were they?
That's right, Dwayne. I heard Harry Sue was at one of the other tents. So they'll all be cooking briskets and stuff tomorrow.
How awesome.
And judging will be tomorrow night. Well,
Are you going to go tomorrow too?
Oh, it was so cold and miserable. Yeah, I'll be there tomorrow night.
Good.
That's fantastic.
But I had to park probably 3/4 of a mile away. It took me 38 minutes to walk from my car to the front gate.
Oh, great.
And 42 minutes to walk back. It was it's just the parking situation around the Reliance Stadium. It's just ridiculous.
Huh.
How about that, huh?
But yeah, it was fun. I mean, it was free food and booze for the night, so can't hardly beat that.
No. And I'd love to do that.
Yeah.
Okay. So many people.
So did you get to see any of the auctions or anything like that?
No, we just
No, just the cooking part.
Get around in the cold and drink.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I'd love to see the rodeo.
It's huge. So my voice is a little tore up now because the music was loud, so everybody was hollering at each other.
Yeah.
It was rainy and smoky, and
so did you get to eat anything there?
Yeah, they had some pulled chickens, pulled pork, sausage, roasted corn,
Love
beans,
pulled pork.
baked beans. I mean, they had the whole spread. You can go back as many times as you wanted to help yourself.
Wow.
So it's pretty cool.
It is
Yeah,
cool.
I love pulled pork. That's so good.
They was going to run us out at 11, so I left about 10:30. Beat the traffic a little bit.
The last rodeo I went to was in Crestview, Florida.
The rodeo really doesn't start until next week. But it's all under the same umbrella. It's the same 3 or 4 week period there. Kind of like the Indianapolis 500. The whole month is Indy month.
Oh wow, yeah.
Go down here when it comes in. I mean, it started a couple of weeks ago they actually have trail rides that come in from all parts of the state and all congregate and meet here in Houston for the rodeo.
That's really cool.
Yeah, it is.
And there's some that come in from your area, Marcel, out that direction. They bring their horse and the trail riders come in. They hold up traffic for days.
Yeah, there are lots of ranches and horses and cows and everything where I'm at.
Yeah, it's a pretty big deal around here. Anyway, that's why I was so late.
Well, I'm glad you had a good time.
Yeah. I'd love to meet Papa Texas.
Yeah, he's quite the character.
I love him. I love him.
I missed that. You got to meet up with him tonight, Grumpus?
Papa Texas, yes.
No,
cool.
he's the real deal. I love the guy. I think he's fantastic.
And,
he's one of those, I mean, he's so American. Like from my perspective, Papa Texas, it's just he is America.
It's a great name.
The way he talks, all that. I love it. Huge fan.
I'll have to go check him out.
I sent him a package. And he did an unboxing of it a while ago.
Oh yeah, I'll have to check that out.
I think he's gonna do a taste test. He's gonna, and yours is on the way, Marcel. Yours is on the way.
I can't wait.
Well, be careful what you wish for. You might regret it. But,
he's sending you some strumming.
No, but I think I should have. And I might still do that because I'd love to see you do a cooking video with that, Marcel.
I wonder what you can make with that.
Nothing.
Cinnamon buns. You could put it on cinnamon buns.
I was thinking maybe make it like a tuna dip, only make it a surströmming dip. With cream cheese.
I just can't imagine.
So foul.
No.
Look, it's not foul. It's just.
It's foul.
Yeah, it's foul. It's foul.
It's so foul.
Did you ever come across it in Sweden, Marcel?
Oh yeah. But
but you never tried it. You never tried it.
No.
But the people just love it.
I never tried blood sausage either. Blood sausage was big.
Over there. Delicious. Black pudding.
Yeah, black pudding.
I tried it one time. I don't like it.
Come on. How did you have it, Grumpus? How did you have it?
I think it was
seems
just
like
grilled.
it would taste very irony, like liver.
Very, very livery, irony taste. Yeah, it was on.
No, you wouldn't have had traditional black pudding like British black pudding.
No,
that's good. That's what's good. And you fry it up. You have it for breakfast with bacon and eggs, and
In
good.
Sweden, they had it. It was like a sausage, and they would slice it. And in fact, I knew, my ex's dad, who was over there, he used to tell me back in the day, that's what they would have for school lunch. They would actually serve them blood pudding and potatoes for school lunch.
Oh wow!
And it was like one of his favorite things ever. And they couldn't talk me into trying it.
It's sausage. Why do they call it pudding?
Oh, it's just like the Brits. The British will have the pudding can be either sweet or savoury. Like it could be a dessert, or it could be like I'm trying to. There's a few examples.
Like a corn pudding.
Yeah, like that. So it's not
like
really
corn casserole. What we call corn casserole here, like a soft casserole. They might call that like a corn pudding.
Pudding, that's right. Yeah, so it can be either. It can be a sweet or it can be savoury. But the black pudding, that's like what?
A bread pudding.
Bread pudding.
Bread pudding. Yeah.
Damn, I love.
So they just call it.
Me too. Yeah. Of course, it has bread in it. Who wouldn't love it? I mean, jeez.
With a rum icing or something.
I love bread, period.
Yeah, me too.
I could survive on it. I know the Bible says you can't eat on bread alone, but I bet you I could.
I'd give it a shot.
Or survive. What is it? Man cannot live by bread alone. Yeah. I could do it.
I love it. Sourdough. Sourdough bread is good.
Yeah.
Oh, sourdough bread is really good.
Oh, that's the.
And I love
when you have sourdough bread, it is the ultimate.
I'm a huge.
It's like you can just have sourdough bread on its own is like a meal.
Yes.
Like a whole meal. It's not like bread. It's like a whole meal in itself.
Where I used to live in Florida, there was an Irish pub that sold potato soup in a bread bowl, and it was sourdough bread with the middle carved out, and they would put the potato soup. Oh my God, it was so good. They closed that place down. I'm kind of sad about it.
Oh, that stinks.
Because I'm going back there this summer. We have to go visit my son when his baby is born in July. And it's just a couple of towns over, so it would be so nice to go back there. But we're going to take the kids and show them where we had our first date and where we got married.
Oh, nostalgia.
Well, it's a teeny tiny little town, and there's nothing else to do there. So.
And it's in Florida?
Yeah. Well, actually, it's in South Georgia. It's the very last town in Georgia before you get to Florida.
Oh, okay. St.
Mary's, where the Kings Bay submarine base is.
Oh, okay. That's cool.
Oh.
I left Florida to move up there because I had a friend who lived up there. I was going to move to Cocoa Beach. And she said to me, she goes, "Why are you going to Cocoa?" And I said, "Because I don't know anybody there, and I just want to get away from this situation." She goes, "That's just stupid." She said, "You know me. She lived in the next town over. It's called Kingsland. And she said, I live right up here. Why don't you just come across the line to Georgia, and I can help you with the kids or whatever you need until you get settled." And I'm like, I said, okay. So that's what I did. And I met Wesley, and the rest is history.
Meant to be.
Yeah.
Yep.
Because if I'd have went to Cocoa, I'd have never met him. And
see how that works? Isn't that funny?
It is. I probably would have had a lot more fun in Cocoa. But well, that's back when the the Space Center was a big thing, and because the space shuttles were still around and all that. So there were a lot of people down there. Now it's almost like a ghost town now. Melbourne. Yeah. Well, Melbourne has grown.
That same moms group I'm a part of on Facebook, they were saying that like a lot of mom and pop locally owned restaurants are closing in Austin area. So like a lot of the family run barbecue chains and stuff that have been around for a while up there are all starting to close down. They're feeling they're feeling the squeeze, financially.
Of the food prices or the
food prices. They're saying that would just rather shut down because the price of the supplies, getting the meat and everything is going up so exponentially that they would have to,
Raise
double their
prices.
prices.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Mhm.
It's hard. It's hard to go into a barbecue joint, pay $18 to $20 for a pound for brisket.
Right.
That's only a few slices.
Right.
Oh my God. We went to, I posted an Instagram story about it, but we took the kids to a place we love to go to. It's a big, huge barbecue restaurant here called Texas Pride Barbecue. It's a really cool place. They have a giant dance hall, and we used to go there in the evening, and they have live music and country dancing and all this stuff. And it's just something it's just a fun, nice place, good food. They've had the like drivers or who's the guy with the hair from Food Network that drivers and die or drivers
Guy
and
Fieri?
die?
Oh yeah, Guy
Yeah,
Fieri.
he went to this place. But anyhow, long story short, we went in there just to take the kids for lunch, and we spent $120.
Oh
And
yeah.
we were like, woo, we were like sticker shocked. Yeah. Evan was basically like, enjoy.
Right? Because this isn't happening again.
Yeah.
There's places down here they want anywhere from $12 to $16 for a baked potato.
Yeah. It's crazy.
I mean, it's the size of a football, but still, it's $16 for a potato.
Wow.
Well, if you've ever gone, have you ever eaten at one of those really fancy steakhouses like Ruth Chris or Morton's or something like that? Those
Mhm.
places are a racket too.
Oh,
Oh
yeah.
gosh.
Oh,
I'll
God,
tell
like-
you what Wesley and I do. We go to Doe's, which is in Margaritaville. It's owned by Jimmy Buffett. It's called Doe's Steak Place, I think is the name of it. And they have great tamales there too, but not as good as the tamale shack down the street, but they're good. And their steak is like everything's a la carte, so you order everything individually. Their steak, it's a great big huge steak, 32 ounces or something like that. I forget if it's a ribeye or pork. I don't know what kind of steak it is, but it's
Probably a
delicious.
porterhouse, that size.
That's what I was thinking. It's like $50. And then of course you get your sides and all that. Well, I can't eat a whole one. Well, Wesley could if if he wanted to, but there's no way
if I
I can.
let him, yeah.
All I need is a little wedge about, this big and I'm good. And so we just share it, and then we order maybe a side each and, a drink or whatever. And it's great. It's great. But we get off, like paying half of what we normally would because we share it.
I tell you what is a really good thing to know how to cook, because I just don't. Here now it's so expensive to eat out, And these kids now, all they do is order, Uber Eats and DoorDash and all of this sort of stuff. They're paying a fortune.
It's insane how much that costs.
I went to the grocery store the other day, and just off that parking lot, they've got a Whataburger. So I
Whataburger.
So I phoned the wife, see if she wanted me to bring something home, because we hadn't eaten all day. She said, yeah. So I picked up 2 burgers, 2 fries, and 2 shakes, and it was $22. And I told her, I said, enjoy it, because I think Whataburger just priced themselves out of my options.
My daughter,
Go sit down and have a hamburger brought to me, and it's nice and thick with all the fixings and stuff, and it's like $7-8.
70. Did you say 70?
7 or 8.
Oh, 7 or 8. Oh, good Lord have mercy.
The point I was trying to make to her, I can go to a semi-decent restaurant and have a nice juicy burger.
That's right.
As cheap as I can buy something at a fast food joint.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Hey, Christina, How are you
Hi,
doing this
Christina.
evening?
Hey, Christina.
My daughter took us to, she picked me up because she wanted me to come babysit this week. I think it was Wednesday. And Violet was late for school because she had a telehealth appointment on the, telephone. And so she came and picked Violet up with us and took us to McDonald's before we dropped Violet off at school. And I got an Egg McMuffin, no drink, just an Egg McMuffin. I think she got a breakfast meal with a bacon, egg, and sausage biscuit with some orange juice. And my daughter got some kind of biscuit with a coffee, one of them fancy coffees that they have. And each of them got a hash brown, $18 and some change.
Yeah, it's a joke.
For breakfast at McDonald's. And I'm like, and I told Violet, I said, don't do that again. I said, if you want coffee, you've got a stinking thermos thing, and make your own coffee at home. That's ridiculous.
Yeah, it's like $5-6. They're charging as much as Starbucks.
Yeah, and they're not that good.
I take a thermos of coffee to work with me every day.
You know who had the best fast food coffee I've ever had? And this was when I used to work outside the home, and every morning,
Dunkin' Donuts.
Well, actually, Jack in the Box. They got really good coffee. They've got really good coffee.
See, we don't have those here.
Oh man, well they surprised me. It surprised me. I was like, damn, that's a really good cup of coffee. And I actually like their fries too, for fast food fries.
Are they good? I think that all of the fast food here where I live, and I've thought this ever since I moved here, like the French fries always taste like they've been cooked in old oil.
Yeah.
Every place I go on this coast. What?
They probably have been cooked in old oil.
Well, I understand a mistake like that being made a couple of times, but it's every time that I've ever eaten there, and that's why I don't like to go. It's like, why would I buy food that...
The manager of the restaurant is 17 years old. What do you expect?
Well, that's true too. Yeah. And is there for the paycheck, not to do a job.
That's right.
Yeah.
Which is unfortunate.
They pulled the fish out of that oil right before they made your fries.
Yeah.
Yep.
I'm getting hungry now.
Yeah, I'm wanting fish and fries.
Ugh.
So what do you guys think about all this stuff going on overseas?
Oh,
Kind of like unreal, right?
Yeah.
I think make it stop. Just make it stop.
I think
don't understand it. I don't understand it.
That situation is just like Israel and Palestine. I mean, you're not going to. They've been fighting for years. You're never going to stop it.
The only way it's going to stop is when Putin has his Soviet Union back. When he gets all that land back into the fold, then it'll stop.
But the other smaller countries, they all joined NATO. They did all the things.
Mm-hmm.
And so I wonder if Ukraine is, I don't know.
And they joined NATO for the protection.
Well, I think, weren't they, there was a heavy discussion about them joining, and that's what brought all this on?
Maybe. I don't know. I haven't been paying really close attention.
That they had been, discussing joining NATO and, all the stuff, and that's when this is what provoked it.
Well, the people of Ukraine are also divided. So you got part of them want to be a part of Russia, and a large part of them that don't. Right. So I mean,
I don't know what's going to end up happening. I just know that
U.S. troops over there or any of that kind of stuff.
No, we need to keep our nose out of that mess. Send them money, send them whatever, but
clean up shit at home before we start worrying about everybody else.
Ain't that the truth?
Well, nobody wants two nuclear armed nations going to war.
That's true. And also, it's mutually assured destruction.
I agree with all that, but we can't stop it.
No, we can't. Can't. There's nothing we can do.
It's just hard to believe in this.
And it's not our responsibility.
In this time frame, and where we are now in society, that in I don't know, in a world power like that, that's educated, and for the most part, we consider them part of the Western, not Western, you know what I'm saying? Like on a level, right? For them to be invading borders is unreal.
It kind of is this day and age. I thought that, I don't know. Of course,
you thought there'd never be any more war?
Well, no,
I don't know.
Not over territories.
Well,
I figured the boundaries were already set.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Like it's like they've already done this. They've already done this. They established their individuality,
their sovereignty,
government, their sovereignty, everything. And why go back and undo this?
And undo
now?
It.
Well, if you're Putin, why not? No,
and that's
no one's going to stop. No one's going to stop him. No one's going to stop him. So
no, nobody will stop him.
He'll just do it, and he's doing it. So
yeah. And what's I don't.
But here's the thing: if all he wanted to do was destroy the Ukraine, he could have done it in 5 minutes. He's not doing that. I mean, seems to me with the amount of firepower he's got, he could have leveled the whole country in half an hour.
Right.
But he's not doing that.
He's like a fighter.
Well, he's being very strategic about it, and he's doing so there's a plan. He's got a plan. I'm not saying it's good or bad, but no one's going to do anything about it. So we'll just have to sit back and watch. Okay.
Yeah. But I wonder.
And you're right, it's just like Palestine and Israel and all that, in the Middle East and all the rest. Yeah. And you're never going to. You can't. What are you going to do? Go in there and fight other people?
Well,
you can't fight their battles.
It was like, it was like when that group of terrorists rolled in and took over Afghanistan when we left.
The Kurds? No.
The Taliban.
Yeah.
When they rolled in, they just kind of rolled in and they were like, we're here now.
All that time and money we spent over there, and nothing changed when we left.
And
time and money and lives.
Lots of expensive new, some of it unused.
Mm-hmm.
Millions of dollars of equipment before we left.
Yep. That was my money.
Right.
Yep. Australia, we lost a lot of people, a lot of soldiers too over there.
Yes, you did.
So
too much.
You just gotta yeah.
It's just too much, and we live.
Does anyone remember? I can remember watching that conflict at like one of the Rambo movies, the Rambo 3. Remember that? Anyone seen that? Where he goes over, and it's in Afghanistan, and he's fighting with the the Mujahideen, I think it was back then, who were either pre or the Taliban or whatever, and he's fighting with them to liberate them from the Russians.
In Rambo?
Yes.
The Russians were in there for 20 years.
Afghanistan was at war with Russia.
Yeah, the Russians gave up after about 20 years or something. They tried. They just gave up. But that was in the 80s. That movie was made, and I've seen it. I love the Rambo. I'm a huge fan of Stallone. But that movie particularly was interesting because all he's doing is he's now the terror. He's fighting with now who the terrorists are, but he's fighting on their side against the Russians, who were the invaders.
Well, and even back in the 80s, when all that was going on, the United States was supporting Afghanistan in that conflict.
Exactly. Well, that was the whole thing. That's why he made the movie. It was all patriotic, and we're on the side of the. But funny how things change,
isn't it?
Yeah. Now it's
Isn't
the
it?
opposite. But
Well,
you would have thought that someone would have. I mean, if Russia, yeah, I mean, how many times are you going to go in there and try and fix their problems? You just, it's Afghanistan is just always going to be.
mhm.
What are you going to do?
Yeah.
I mean, the only way to solve Afghanistan is to nuke the joint, to level it, just kill everyone in the country and start. There's no other way because you'll never resolve the problems.
Yeah.
Never.
I just think, I don't know.
I
It
mean,
was just shocking for me
right
that we, sorry, Grumpus.
No, go ahead.
Oh, no. Well, no, finish what you were saying because I think I'm going off on a tangent.
No, I just said turn it into Lake USA.
I don't know.
Yeah.
It was just shocking to me that they went in and invaded them because I think I remember when the USSR actually broke up. Like, so within my lifetime, I've seen it break up, and then all these countries in the last 30 years have established themselves, got their own identity, got everything, and then I'm seeing this guy roll back in there with tanks and saying like, "No, you're mine." Like, I don't know. Like an abusive boyfriend who's been waiting in the wings. Back in, you know?
Mm-hmm.
But I think it's
Well,
like the smaller countries, they all joined NATO. And I'm wondering if he'll try to push it further.
if who will try and push it further?
Putin. Try to
No.
go beyond or
He might.
Ukraine.
He might. And then you've got another, World War II happening again. I don't think he will. I think he wants the Ukraine and that's it. But you never know. He's keeping his cards pretty close to his chest.
Yeah, but I think Ukraine was just vulnerable because they didn't join NATO. And I don't know if I read that or I heard it somewhere that they were considering joining. And so that's when he decided to go ahead and make his move. He was like, I've got to get in there while they're
exactly
right before they're protected.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's what I said. It's what I said before. He's doing it because he can.
Well, and this is not the first time he's done it. He invaded in 2014. He also,
when Obama was in office,
Yeah, but this is ego.
captured Crimea, which is the peninsula of Ukraine. And he's been working on this project for a while.
How long's Putin been in office now?
Long time.
Long time.
Since
I'm gonna look that up.
Yeah,
look it up, Marcel.
I'm doing it.
Look it up. Tell us.
How long has Putin been president? Okay, see, I remember Boris Yeltsin.
And see, president to me is a it
says here, Boris
means nothing to
Yeltsin,
them.
1991, 1999. Vladimir Putin, first and second terms, 1998 to 2008. And then apparently he got ousted. Dmitry Medvedev, 2008, 2012. And then Putin's back in office, third and fourth terms, 2012 to present. Holy shit.
Long time.
He'll never be out of office. He won't allow it. He's got all the power now. That's no longer a presidency. It's a dictatorship.
Yeah, he's a despot. Yeah.
I heard somebody say the other day he was like a classroom bully. I don't know. I don't know enough about him. And honestly, in the past 6 years, I've not paid too much attention to what's going on in the world.
Yeah, it's just it gets overwhelming. And you can be aware, you can watch it and watch it and watch it, and it just will consume you.
It does, yeah. That's one reason I quit watching the news. And
watch it.
now I read things. I'm not completely ignorant, but I just try not to get emotionally involved anymore, because I would scream at the TV and cuss at them, and it would just make my blood pressure go through the roof. And I'm like, why am I doing this? I can't control any of this stupid stuff.
Yeah.
Plus,
What's that, Patrick?
Plus, how do you know that what you're seeing and what you're hearing is true anyway?
Is the truth or not? Exactly.
Through everything we've been through, I'll speak for myself, but with all the election, everything, the pandemic, everything, I don't know
Exactly.
I still don't know what to believe about what they've told us about everything, because you get total opposite stories about every single subject from every single network.
That's right.
So
I mean, you can. The beauty of today, though, is that you can find out, if you really do your research. The internet's a beautiful thing, and there's so much information out there. If you really research a topic, you can there's enough opposing points of view where you can form your own opinion. But a lot of people don't do that, even despite all the information that's there at their fingertips. They just watch the news. They just watch the 6 o'clock news at night, like here, and they believe it.
Well, and they live in an echo chamber
without checking it. Without fact checking, when you can so easily do it. People are so lazy.
Well, I found a lot of comfort through certain YouTubers, like real people that, I believe what they were saying.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Do y'all follow that Dr. C. Vong or something? I'll try it. I just love the heck out of him.
Doug Vong?
Oh, yeah.
The Texas guy?
Yeah, he is. He's a retired surgeon out of Houston.
Mm-hmm. He's a bariatric surgeon.
I think he's cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I follow him, and his live streams are entertaining.
They are very entertaining. And Uncle Billy Bob.
Yeah. So, let's see. I'll put a link to him in the chat. Let me find.
Whenever COVID first started, I listened to him a lot, because he made more sense to me than anybody else. Even Fauci and all the rest of them. So, excuse me, guys.
Yeah, he's really entertaining, and I do believe him. So I listen to what he says.
I haven't seen him in a while, though, since the Omicron. I haven't watched him.
Let's see. I saw him he came on live yesterday. I seen him. Yeah, he was on live yesterday, and then 4 days ago.
Mm-hmm. He posts quite regularly.
All right, so hold on. I'm going to put his link in here. Yeah, his name is Duck C. Vong, and he's a bariatric surgeon, retired out of Houston, but he's still relatively young. He's like in his 50s. And but he's something else.
Oh yeah, and he tells it like it is. He MFs people and all kinds of stuff.
Oh yeah, he curses and calls people dummies and all kinds of stuff.
Grumpus is having his Crown and Coke.
We're all different.
Spoke to a drummer who he told me you can't believe what you see on the news. It's all BS. Well, you know what, Dwayne, I tend to believe you. I think that's the problem with the U.S. news media, is that you've got the right, you've got the left. There's no more Walter Cronkites, and
there's no news reporting. There's only news.
No, it's all opinion.
Oh, commentary. Yeah, it's just commentary. Man,
and so what happens is, whichever side you're affiliated with, you live in this echo chamber that is telling you what you want to hear anyway.
That's if you choose to do that. but you can also choose. You can choose to listen to as many sources of news as you like and make up your own mind.
I like
Because
listening to the BBC.
I used to run a political blog 20, it was before Facebook and all the social media stuff. And I look back then, there was, but now it is so easy to do research. Because everything's on there. Everything is out there. If you want to find out about a subject, if you want to find out what's really going on, you actually can. I'm not saying it, but it takes time. You've got to sit there and research it.
Mm-hmm.
But it's all there. The average person with a computer and the internet can find stuff out that never in history. I mean, imagine 100 years ago. You know.
We'd all be in the dark.
All you had was, well, nothing. You didn't know what was happening sort of outside your sort of town. But now you can find out anything. But a lot of people still choose not to fact check. They just believe what they see.
Mm-hmm.
And then they think, well, that must be true, and I believe it. But then when you ask them, well, why do you believe it? Oh, because it's on the news. You know, oh, what, really?
Well, my wife gets
fair
mad
enough.
My wife gets mad at me because I tell her, news channels are like churches. You just find the ones that'll tell you what you want to hear, and that's the one you stick with.
Yes. Well, and there's a lot of truth in that, because if you've got political leanings one way or the other,
right?
I've got to. There's no point having a political argument with someone who's completely opposed to you, because you're never going to agree.
Right.
No. All you're going to do is fight.
Yeah, you're not going to persuade them to come to your side.
No, none of that. That's something that's like if you're going to change your political views, it's got to be you doing it on your own.
Mm-hmm.
Not me telling you you're wrong. You've got to think the way I think. That's not going to work.
Yeah, I've absolutely quit posting about politics on Facebook, everything like that, because I have my opinion.
There's sort of no point
out there for.
I don't even talk politics under my own roof.
Oh.
I'll be right back, guys.
Listen, the Grumpus. Anyone who drinks Schlitz, I know what your politics are.
That's grassroots right there.
That's between you and me. Schlitz.
Oh, bring back memories.
Yes.
I don't think I've had any since that summer.
No, I don't blame you. You probably had quite a few.
That would have been back in 71.
Schlitz. Do they still make it?
I don't know. I have not seen that on a shelf, and I haven't looked for it. But I don't recall seeing it in a long time.
Schlitz. I might actually Google it.
I might have to try to find me some.
I definitely know that I've never seen it here, because I would have definitely tried it. Schlitz beer. Googling it.
The tagline says the beer that made Milwaukee famous.
Yeah, the beer that made. Yeah, there you go. Yeah. All right. So shopping. No, I can't definitely. Oh, I could buy a T-shirt. It says Schlitz on it. Actually, that's a cool T-shirt. I don't know that they still make it. Schlitz. Who is the Joseph Schlitz Brewing Company?
That reminds me of Laverne and Shirley.
Oh no, it's still.
Wasn't that Schlotz?
Schlotz? What was it? Schlotz?
Something like that.
Yeah.
That's funny.
No, Schlitz Brewing is still. I've got to verify my age to get into this website. Isn't that funny when you do?
I mean, it was popular up north. I don't know how far down this direction.
I remember it from when I was a young person and the commercials on television.
Oh, it looks delicious. I'm looking at the website. I'm on the website.
Did they ship to Australia?
No, that doesn't say that they do, and I've never seen it here.
So they still sell it?
Well, the website's still there. It's saying, it's still in.
I'll be.
Still going concern in Milwaukee, brewed since 1849, and Grumpus, it says this refreshing icon is for those who appreciate heritage and premium craftsmanship. So there you go, Grumpus. Premium craftsmanship.
Premium.
Well, here we go. They got it at HEB
Have they?
Are you serious?
in 12-ounce cans, 11 ships to a 12-pack,
Well.
How much?
$11.62.
Oh, for a 12-pack. That's not too bad. That's less than a
Says
buck.
classic 1960s formula. The beer that made milk is back.
It's back. Oh my.
Grumpus.
I might have to get some of that, and that'll be my company beer.
Well,
Keep from drinking up all my beer. I just offer them one of those.
I'm on my
Stock
way
the
now.
fridge with it.
Nothing wrong with a few schlitzes, but I won't drink it warm. It's got to be ice cold. No warm Schlitz, thank you. You've got to be careful how you say it, don't you? Schlitz, because you could get it slightly wrong, and
And then you're insulting.
and then you would be in the Schlitz. wouldn't you?
Deep Schlitz.
You'd be in deep Schlitz.
Yeah, you would. Up Schlitz Creek.
The list goes on. Yeah, I'm thinking t-shirts. Yeah.
You'll Schlitz your pants.
Don't give a shit.
Remember that commercial?
No Schlit.
Remember the commercial where the guy would say, "I shipped my pants"?
Yeah.
Was that Target or what was that?
I remember that, but I don't remember who it was.
Oh my God. The kids, when they were little, that commercial came on. And every time it would come on, they'd stand in front of the television and just crack up. That's a nice memory.
Those commercials. Speaking of commercials where you crack up, I don't know. Patrick probably doesn't see them over there at all. But the Allstate commercials where they talk about, or no, whatever insurance it is, where they talk about the people turning into their parents when they buy a home.
Oh yeah,
Those are so funny. What is that? What is that? Allstate? And that's not Allstate. Progressive.
I don't know. Geico's pretty good at commercials.
Oh my God, they're so funny. The one where the guy was like in the store and he was like, that guy, this cart pulls a little to the left. Oh, that Brad on aisle 10. He's doing a good job. It's so funny. Oh my God. They cracked me up so bad. And then he's like, ooh, multi-pack with the chips. And he was like, remember, this is a party, not, I don't remember what he said, but it was so funny. You get excited over the deals on the multi-pack of individually packaged chips. And he's like, ooh. Oh no. It's so funny.
I don't understand that, Dwayne. Hang on, I'll put it up there. Dwayne did a comment, and there. Like my friend's Scottish-Irish dad from Edinburgh, who thought one of my friend's two younger brothers was swearing when he wanted a buddy lime.
What?
Is that a curse word in Ireland?
Is that spelled correctly?
We don't get it. Have y'all seen oh gosh, Laura, have y'all seen her around?
Not tonight.
No.
Not tonight.
I haven't seen her around in any of the
didn't
lives.
see her on Dash's live Wednesday either. I don't recall.
Really?
She's on my
finally
Facebook.
get
I'm
moved?
gonna send her a message and check on her.
Yeah.
Did she finally get moved? Maybe that's where she's between
That's
places.
what I was thinking. Maybe she's in process.
Well, she was like, wasn't she moving back in with her mom?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So it was going to be different for her.
Definitely.
Yeah. Yeah. She said she was taking a break.
Oh, you corrected the type of. Oh, a Buddy L toy truck. Oh.
We were waiting in suspense on that one. Like
We sure were.
So, Grumpus, the next video you do has got to be, I'd call it something like cooking with Schlitz.
Oh my God! Did y'all see Patrick's video that he made with the
up the
curry?
Schlitz? Hey?
Yeah, I like it.
Yeah.
Did y'all see Patrick's video with the curry pot pie?
I did.
I did.
Oh my God!
It looks so delicious.
Totes.
I haven't finished seeing you. You've got a good one there, Marcel. I've watched half of it earlier, and then I got sidetracked. That soup.
Sopa de fideo.
Oh yeah, good stuff.
That soup looked good too.
Oh my gosh,
Yeah, it did.
that stuff is really good, and it's so cheap. Like literally, you can make a whole skillet of that stuff for about $1.50.
I'm in.
Really?
Yeah, look, the video I just posted yesterday, the Sopa de Fideo.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
And actually, I watched that one, and then I saw somebody who followed you, in the lineup,
Mm-hmm.
was doing a similar soup, but she used, I don't know if you guys have ever heard of this or not. I had never heard of it before, but it was a tomato chicken bouillon.
Yeah, we have it here.
I've never seen that before. And that's what she used in that sopa de whatever, fideo.
Mm-hmm.
Fideo. And it looked delicious. Absolutely.
Yeah.
And she put black beans in it. And
that's not, fideo is like pure. That's like you're adding to it. But like
yeah,
fideo,
that's what she did. She added.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And so here in the restaurants, they actually call that fideo loco, like crazy fideo, where they add in meat and beans and all this stuff.
Mm-hmm.
But fideo is just like what I posted. It's just super simple, and it is, I don't know but like it's food to get you through the hard times. I mean, that's what people,
Well, that's what she was doing. She was actually eating on $1 a day.
I wonder what channel. Do you know what channel that was?
Michelle Ardent, maybe.
Oh, I don't know.
Maybe.
But yeah, but it's really good, and my kids love it. We love it. I love it.
It looked wonderful.
Mm-hmm. Super simple.
Yep. Well, it's all Schlitz good to me, That's going to be I might use that word in my videos from now on. Also.
Oh, you should. Definitely.
This Schlitz is really good.
Stir the Schlitz out of it.
That's like the oh gosh.
Stir the Schlitz out of it. That could be. I can see that. Maybe on a cap. Stir the Schlitz out of it.
Just got to spell it different so you don't get copyrighted.
So you don't get copyrighted?
Yeah, I'll spell it. I'll spell it in Australian. They won't know.
Just leave the C out.
Yeah.
Is there?
Oh yeah, you can do that.
No, put a C in it. No, I'll put a C in it. That'll confuse them.
Yeah. Yeah. No, there's a C. It's SCHLIEZ.
Yeah, I'll put a silent. I'll put a silent W in there or something.
A silent W.
And I said, "Well, how do you pronounce that?" And I said, "It's Schlitz. It'll have a W.
Oh, Schlitz.
SLWHITS. Schlitz. That's how we say it here. I'll get away with it.
And the W is silent.
Yeah. have a really schlitty time at Paddy Joe Cooking or something. I don't know. Say something. I'm drunk.
Oh, I think I'm gonna start posting videos this week.
Yeah.
I know. I keep saying it to myself too.
We still need to work on the meal planning.
Definitely.
Having the plague and having everybody home and in and out for 2 weeks really set me back with
I understand.
any kind of focus I had.
Mm-hmm.
But we'll get it. We'll get it.
Yeah, we'll get it. Don't worry.
It's too emotional. It's too like a roller coaster, Charlotte. You promise.
I'm sorry.
Get to the top. Oh, it's going to be exciting, and then nothing. I've
been struggling so hard lately.
Everything's fallen in the schlitz.
It is. It is.
Oh dear. Well, what are you going to do? Well, what's your next one going to be about?
I don't know.
What have you been making for dinner lately? Like just without making a video, obviously, but like what have you been cooking?
Yeah.
Or what have y'all been getting out to eat, or whatever's been getting you by?
You know what's crazy is we haven't been out to eat in over a week.
Right.
And that's unusual for us. But I'm on a budget now. So see, that's where I'm at. I'm trying so hard to stick to this budget. And I've gone over my grocery budget 2 weeks in a row. And I'm mad at myself about it. But I'm also getting stuff that we need. So that's why I added up this week. I decided from now on, I'm adding $50 a week to the stinking, it's bi-weekly. I'm sorry. To the grocery budget, because $100 a month, that's what we need to be able to get what we need. But then again,
$100 a month?
Just about, yeah.
That's a lot.
A month or a week?
You're doing way better than us. We're like $100 a week around here.
Yeah.
Well,
$100
more than that.
No, when I was a single mom and I was raising 5 kids on $885, I learned how to shop so that I could feed a lot of people with a little bit. And I kind of still shop that way. I always buy family packs of meat, even if I don't need them. And I like the chicken that I buy. Those great big mutant chicken breasts that weigh like 22 ounces a piece. I slice them into thirds, and you get like 7 or 8 in a package. So that's 3 times 8, 24 pieces of chicken. That is an actual dinner-sized piece of chicken. And so I can make a lot of meals out of that one package. And ground beef, I do the same thing. I'll buy 10 pounds of it, and just because it's cheaper to buy it in larger amounts.
Right.
If you're buying 1 pound at a time, you're paying $5.49 a pound. But if you buy it 10 pounds at a time, you might pay $3.29 a pound on sale. And so that's how I budget. I mean, that's and I only shop meat that's on sale. And meat's the bulk of our budget. And then another bulk of our budget is the kids' lunches. They have to have this lunch meat and that lunch meat and all the chips and all the things, and they're used to the same thing. My son will eat the same thing every day for 6 solid months.
Oh my God. Emery too.
It makes me crazy, but he'll do it. I try to add fruits and vegetables, and I make sure that I always have either carrots or celery for him. I always have oranges or apples. I always have grapes. And he won't eat a sandwich. So I have to take the lunch meat and roll it up and stick toothpicks in it and make little meat rolls out of it. He's spoiled.
Oh my, no. Well, that's Emery is too. Emery's totally spoiled.
And I make sure he has Triscuits. I make sure he has, he likes these flat pita, Townhouse pita chips.
Those are good. Hey.
And he likes plain Lay's potato chips.
I'm making sure my little dog is not.
But that stuff is expensive. I mean, it's just expensive. And I keep thinking, why can't he just I was going to buy chicken wings the other day. And I went to Wendy's.
Those are the highest.
Dear God, $22 for 3.5 pounds of chicken wings. And
a piece of chicken they used to throw away.
Oh my God. You guys, on that note, at Walmart, I'm going to tell you, Patrick, and I'm sorry, I know you probably can't find these over there, but at Walmart, I found in the frozen meat section, they had chicken wings. It was like a pound or so of them, and they're frozen, pre-cooked, Chinese 5-spice flavored chicken wings. And I just grabbed them on a whim, running through there, trying to get some quick stuff like for dinner. So flipping good. You cooked them in the air fryer and then put the powdered spice on them, and it was like $10.34 for the bag. But it was good. It came with the seasoning and everything. Anyway, check them out. And then check out Dwayne's comment in the chat where we were talking about Schlitz. I have to go take a Schlitz.
Yeah, well, speaking of Schlitz, if you could get your children to start drinking it early, and by the time they get to drinking age, they'll have cheap sort of tasting alcohol, which will save them a lot of money.
It probably will.
In the long run, yeah.
Yeah.
Because you don't want them growing up saying, "Oh no, I don't want to drink the cheap stuff. Oh, I don't want to." No, there's nothing wrong with cheap.
Rex,
drink the cheap beer.
I've been trying to wean them off of food for the past 6 months.
Well, that's the way to do it. Get them onto the alcohol.
That's what I'm
saying. They won't eat.
I don't know.
Schlitz.
So look, I've got a thing over here. There it is.
I just love saying it. Schlitz. Schlitz.
Okay. Last Monday I had a pork roast, and half of it I used, and I basically made poutine with gravy and cheese curds. But I put pulled pork on top of it, and the kids loved it. And I had Brussels sprouts with that. Me and Poppy did. The kids didn't. And then I had catfish and grits on Tuesday with some turnip greens. And then Wednesday, I made, out of that other half of the pork, I made quesadillas. And I just did a fruit tray for the kids and us. And I didn't put any vegetables with it or anything. And then Thursday, I had soup and sandwiches because I wasn't feeling no cooking. Well, and the kids have band practice on Tuesdays and Thursdays until 8 o'clock at night. So I do something really easy on those days because they have to just come home, go to bed, or eat and then go to bed. They don't have a lot of time. And then on Friday we had chicken piccata. And then Saturday it was fend for yourself, and Sunday I think we went to Subway or something and got some sandwiches. And that's what I've been cooking. Poppy wants me to make a shrimp pot pie.
Sounds good.
So I was thinking, there's a restaurant in town that does a seafood pot pie, and they have crawfish and shrimp in it, and it's delicious. It is absolutely, it almost tastes like a gumbo that has, and they don't do a crust underneath it. It's just a biscuity layer on top, but it's thin and flat, and it is so good. And I thought I would try to replicate it. I'm not sure if I can, but I'm going to try for him.
And imagine having that, Grumpus, and washing it down with a few Schlitz.
Right?
Nice cold Schlitz.
Oh, combination would be unbelievable.
Maybe put some Schlitz in that pie dough and make it puffy.
Maybe do that too.
Right?
Yes.
I wonder if that would make it flakier because of all the bubbles in the Schlitz.
Who gives a Schlitz?
Who gives a Schlitz? So anyhow, yeah, that's what. So I answer your question. That's what we've been eating.
Nice. I can't remember what I ate 5 minutes ago.
Well, the only reason I can remember is because I wrote it down in preparation for
I know.
meal planning videos
Yeah, I
with
know.
Marcel.
Oh, okay. So that you're actually planning on doing videos of that.
Well, I could. I was going to, and then we got set back because of, illness and all that stuff. So I just kept the piece of paper as a reference for,
Nice. Well, that all sounds good.
when we get ready. But it was good. It was a good week.
I want to see
And
that seafood.
tonight I made Korean barbecue and ginger coconut rice,
Oh my God.
broccoli. It was delicious. And what was
Sounds
so cool? Huh?
It sounds like it was, yes.
Oh, it was. It was wonderful. I took some chicken thighs and I had like 2 packages of them. And again, I bought in bulk. I think it was $26 for 2 great big packages of boneless and skinless thighs, because I think they were about $13 a piece. So I don't remember how many were in there, but I've got 5 quart-size freezer bags of chicken thighs, and I always make sure I make 6 of them so Poppy can have 2 for dinner. And then the rest of us can have 1 each, which makes 5. And then there's 1 left over for him to take to lunch the next day. So whatever meals I cook, it's a meal for us that evening and then 1 for him for lunch the next day. And so I have to plan all that too. And I'm trying to do it that way just simply to cut down on the expenses.
Jules.
And hey, Jules.
Well, I did a ham Sunday. We've had 5 meals off of it.
Oh, delicious. I love a ham. A
I
picnic
love
ham.
ham too. I really do.
So good. Did you get the picnic ham or a spiral ham?
I just got a spiral cut ham, threw it on the smoker,
Yeah.
glazed it up with some bourbon glaze.
That sounds
Had sandwiches one night. We had ham and potatoes one night. I'll probably do beans with the bone this weekend.
Oh yeah.
Oh my gosh, a blogger friend of mine, she posted a post on her blog for homemade bean and bacon soup. Like the Campbell soup. Oh my gosh, it looks so good. I'm totally making it. And I actually am going to update. I am a member of a group of about 60 bloggers, and we've all been blogging for a really long time. Got a couple of big events coming up. We've got Barbecue Week coming up in the first, or is it the second? I should probably know that. First or second week of March. I think it's the second week. And there's going to be several of us that share. And then my friend Ellen Folkman, she runs the blog Family Around the Table. And she's doing a monthly event to share budget-friendly recipes, which inspired me to share the sopa de fideo recipe.
Right.
He's already got one set up for March and ongoing and everything. So I'm going to update my blog post actually to include the links to their recipes. But yeah, my friend Amy, she writes the Savory Moments blog. Adore her, super sweet. But damn, that soup looked good. Gonna make it.
See, I've got some kale growing outside, and for weeks I've wanted to make a white bean and kale soup because that's one of my favorites. And so I thought I'd make one of those on a video because it's so simple to do, especially if, I just use canned beans. I'm not going to, unless I have navy beans or something left over from another meal, I'm not going to cook them just for that dish because it's.
No, I'm not going to watch it then.
Oh, well, okay.
Not interested.
Okay.
If you're going to cheat.
That sounds like a load of Schlitz to me.
Oh
No,
no.
I love tinned bean. Anything out of a can that's now you're talking.
Well, and
I love it.
I just bought a whole lot of canned goods too. I spent, God, I think it was $65 on nothing but canned stuff. Trying to prepare for hurricane season early. So I got canned chicken and canned roast beef and corned beef hash and Spam and
Spam. I love Spam.
I don't care for it very much, but if I'm hungry, I'm
I
gonna
love
eat
it.
You do?
Love it. Oh,
I haven't had that since I was a kid.
Poppy
My mom used to make it all the time.
Did she?
Yeah, she'd fry it up for us for sandwiches.
Oh,
That's probably about the best way I've ever eaten it. Is
food of the gods. Food of the gods.
But when
especially wild Tasmanian Spam, Charlotte.
Did
you ever had that?
Did you grapple that one and hunt it down yourself?
Yeah. Oh well, no. Technically, no.
No,
but it is there. It is there. When I go down there, and I'll do a video with Tazdaz. We'll do a wild Tasmanian Spam video.
He did wrestle the can off the store shelf.
Yeah. Well, yes. That's a whole other story. Yeah, that was a pretty schlitty experience. Yeah. Anyway.
Oh, goodness gracious alive. Dwayne, Banana Schlitz is taking it just a bit too far, mister.
Banana Schlitz Foster.
Hey, Jules. Is Jules going to come up?
I don't know. Is there a oh, let me get her a link. But I think I'm trying
I'll tell you
to
what I did love. I love the turkey Spam. Has anyone had that?
No.
That's really good. The turkey Spam. Try it if you get a chance.
Is that a real thing?
It's real. I'm telling you, I've had it.
I haven't bought Spam in so long.
Turkey Spam. It's really good.
Isn't it very salty? Like it's
yes, of course. What you want?
Salt.
Oh, I was going to tell you that whenever
Spam without salt is
when Poppy was stationed in Hawaii, they all loved Spam there, and they made Spam sushi in Hawaii, and he said he loved it. I don't know.
Dwayne's on a roll with the puns. That wasn't that appealing.
Dwayne.
Yeah, they've got low sodium Spam, but no one eats that. That's Schlitz. No, get the full sodium Spam and try the turkey Spam. It's delicious.
Okay. Did that link come up?
It did.
Okay.
Both of them.
Okay.
I'm going to be posting a recipe maybe in next week for a New Orleans style recipe for shrimp and potato chowder.
Oh, yum.
Yeah, it looks good.
I restarted my phone. I'm going to see if it will StreamYard again because my computer's about to glitch.
And Dwayne, and the Asian countries really like Spam. Like they post a lot of
big time.
fried rice and all that.
Yeah.
Well, wasn't Karen was in here earlier, wasn't she?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Did you see her recipe on creme brulee?
Mm-hmm.
I'm dying to try that.
I know, right?
I didn't get a chance to watch a video. I remember I got the notification, but I have not watched the video.
I can't remember how she did it, but it was 3 ingredients.
Oh yeah, so is that the one that did have Spam in it?
No. That would have been the 4th ingredient.
And Schlitz. Don't forget the Schlitz.
Yeah, Schlitz and Spam creme brulee.
I wish you'd stop saying Schlitz, Charlotte. You're saying Schlitz far too
Be
often.
right back.
Yeah, I did. I saw that one. That was 3-ingredient creme brulee.
Yeah,
It looked fantastic.
I'm dying to try it.
Yeah.
Can you guys hear me?
Oh!
Oh,
Oh my God, there's 2 of them. What the Schlitz is going on here?
What the Schlitz?
oh my gosh.
Oh! Oh! This is like a horror movie.
All right. Well, I'm expecting my kids to come out and ask for
Yeah.
French toast anytime now.
Oh, I think I've blown my eardrums out. Charlotte's about to have a breakdown.
A little
Are you
Schlitz
all right, Charlotte?
cake batter.
You're having a really Schlitz night of it all, aren't you?
Yeah.
Don't worry, it's okay.
Sorry.
I think she got her Schlitz together now.
Well, that remains to be seen, Grumpus.
I hate
Remains to be
this. God, I hate technology.
I mean,
What happened?
after all, you're only as good as your last Schlitz.
Yeah. Well. Oh, jeez. She got the link. I can't.
Oh, you're trying to get Jules in, are you?
Yeah.
What?
Wow, that was,
Says she's putting her clothes on.
Oh,
That was-
okay.
Yes,
was weird.
we need clothes in
Okay.
this live stream.
No, not
tell
necessarily.
DJ.
Not
Unless
necessarily.
you're DJ or Grumpus.
Remote.
Yeah, they have shirtless
Yeah.
passes.
Right.
No, on Charlotte's channel, I think anything's allowed.
No.
Oh my
No.
God. When Grumpus showed up that day on the live stream with
I
no
would
shirt,
pee my
I was
pants.
like dying. I know it was just in the chat, but that was so funny.
It was hilarious.
That was my biggest regret of all time that I didn't see that.
Oh,
I
God.
know, right? Oh, that was so.
I've often,
I saw DJ there without a shirt, and I thought, okay, here we go.
there's been many a late night, Grumpus, where I've thought about you. I really do regret not seeing that.
So imagine my embarrassment when I realized.
I think one night we should all show up from here up. Yeah, from here up. Have the shirtless live stream, but nobody shows any nipples.
Did you just?
Okay.
Did someone just say nipple?
I don't know.
Oh God,
No
that
Schlitz.
is. This is going from bad to worse. What next, Charlotte? What are you doing here? What is?
Thanks for looking up.
Who are you people?
Oh,
It's
for
almost-
the love of Pete.
Almost like
Line.
it's almost as though you're turning into Australians.
It's all that
This is how-
influence. It's all the
this is how we
Australian
talk.
influence on the channel.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're talking about shirtless live streams and nipples. Okay.
There you go.
This is
Well, I
where
didn't
Bling
say-
one said he
we've gone
thought the-
from meal planning and budgeting to here.
Mm.
Oh yeah, that happens all the time here in the States. When was the last Super Bowl wardrobe malfunction, y'all?
But
Janet Jackson?
Janet Jackson was a famous one. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's about it, isn't it? There's no one else.
oh, there's definitely more than that.
Oh, there's. I don't
think
know if
there's
they
been
were
a couple
football
of them.
game malfunctions, but there's been plenty of
Yeah.
clothes falling off at the inappropriate time.
Mm.
But it
Yeah.
happens.
It does happen.
It does happen.
It does happen.
Famous
Yeah.
wardrobe malfunctions. I'm looking it up.
Oh, she's looking it up.
I'm looking it up, girl.
Come on, lay it on us, because I'm interested to know about it.
Wasn't
there recently a red carpet wardrobe malfunction?
Don't know.
To me, it's hilarious that they call it a wardrobe malfunction. I mean,
Well,
it's not the wardrobe's fault. Put on a shirt that fits.
There you go.
Or just don't wear a shirt at all.
Or just don't wear one and don't care
Exactly.
what anybody thinks,
Yep. Yeah, be like us and just let it all hang out.
I am losing my mind.
Oh, well, these are just talking. These are like on the Jimmy Fallon show. Paris Hilton wore 2 different shoes.
That's a blonde malfunction.
And then
my
it
son
says
does that every day with his socks.
Miley Cyrus.
Oh yeah.
She had one for the 2022 New Year's show. Apparently, sorry, a damn ad popped up. Let's see.
I'll have to make sure I'm looking these up later on. Gotta write these down.
Lindsay
Who is that?
Lohan.
Oh yeah, definitely Lindsay Lohan.
Who is this? I'll look them up later.
It says, take Miley Cyrus, for example. The singer kicked off 2022 with her NBC New Year's special. And while her show was going off without a hitch, things took a turn just before midnight. While in the middle of her Party in the USA performance, the strap on her top snapped right off. Rather than stop singing and scuttle off the stage, the Hannah Montana star tossed her shirt aside, covered up her breast with her arm, and strutted backstage to change into a blazer.
My goodness.
She even made fun of the whole shebang after the fact, taking to the Instagram to share a picture of her outfit in its glory. Get a good look at that top. It didn't stay on very long. She jokingly captioned her post.
Yes, so that's a good one.
Well, she wouldn't. She's one star that's so open and so kind of comfortable in her own skin, I guess, in a weird way. She wouldn't like freak out with something like that. She'd be like, whoa, like.
No, she's in for the shock value.
Right.
Yeah. Well, she was about 5 years ago, but she's moved past that. I think she's very talented.
I do too.
Yes, she sounds like it.
Yeah.
You know Miley Cyrus, Patrick?
I do.
And
I'll get to know her better later on, Marcel.
On that channel.
I think she's really a pretty girl too.
She just has something. She snapped after Hannah Montana ended. She went through like 2 years of I
think it was just growing pains.
Yeah, I think she was trying to break an image.
Mm-hmm.
I think she's pretty rich, apart from anything else.
She is very rich.
So she has made a lot of money.
And hundreds of millions of Instagram followers, like crazy, like 600 million Instagram followers or something insane.
Achy Breaky Heart.
That's right, the old man.
That's her dad's Billy Ray Cyrus's song.
I think out of that one song, he made us an absolute. I mean, he'd still be making money off that.
Well, he had to. It's the only hit he had.
Right.
Well, that's all you need is one. All you need is one.
Him and his achy breaky hair.
Yeah, but he had a cute little achy breaky schlitz.
Schlitz.
He had a wiggle.
Oh my God, you guys. When we all actually end up in the same room together, we have to be holding a Schlitz beer.
I know, right?
Oh, that's all right. Grumpus, you're going to bring the Schlitz, that's for sure. Grumpus will bring
I'll
the
bring
Schlitz.
the gumbo.
Yep. Yep. I don't know what I'm going to bring, but it'll be something.
Just bring yourself, Patrick.
Yeah.
That's a long haul.
Yeah. That's right.
We'll have to show you some Southern hospitality.
I'll be very thirsty when I arrive. There'll be lots of Schlitz. And that's
I'll
just
bring you.
that's just.
I'll bring you some good scotch and a 6-pack of Modelo.
Yeah, none of that. I don't want that fireball though.
You had me at scotch.
Yeah, scotch is good. Scotch is good.
Oh man.
Yeah, so I'm still looking at these wardrobe malfunctions here. These are just super, super random.
Well, are they really serious, or is it just a little glimpse and then it's gone?
Well, Gigi Hadid, yikes, while wearing a powder blue dress on the runway in the Marc Jacobs NYFW show on September 11th of 2019, the supermodel's heel broke right off while hitting the catwalk. I think it's just this article. And then they talking about Paris Hilton a couple of times. On Paris Hilton, September 12th, 2019, the former Simple Life star attended the Kim Kardashian ex Winnie Harlow KKW, Jesus Christ, a beauty makeup launch, revealing a bit more than she had planned, wearing a shiny silver dress with a daringly high split that when blown in the wind displayed her lack of undergarments.
Oh dear.
Oh, goodness.
Hello, Jules.
Hi, Jules. How are you doing this evening?
Jules. We're just reading Hollywood gossip about wardrobe malfunctions.
Wardrobe failures. I think the most famous one was Janet Jackson.
Yeah, I think you're right.
And half the people were saying that was staged.
I think it
I
was.
think a lot of them were just for whatever reason they would stage.
Well,
attention, views.
There's too much attention to detail for it not to be staged.
Right, especially for the Super Bowl.
You know, and people will search that as soon as they hear about it. They're going to search it, and they're going to. It's just going to be all over the place. And it was.
And it was, yeah.
And it was.
Yeah, I'm thinking I should try
Jules,
something.
Come on, TV.
Tell us about your grocery prices. Sorry, guys.
Oh Lord. Right now, rent prices have me more concerned because we can't find a place, and we got to be out of here in 4.5 weeks.
No.
Yeah, the landlords said we're not renewing the lease, and please be out by March 31st.
You just got settled in.
Yeah.
Exactly a year ago, and the same places we're looking at for rent. At the bare minimum, most places have gone up about $300.
Oh my God!
They
decided to sell that place?
Huh?
They decided
we don't
to
know
sell
what they're
that house
doing.
too?
It's a commercial building, and you know they just rented the place downstairs in the same building. So I don't know what they're doing. I don't know.
Maybe they're
I don't know if they want to turn it
exorbitantly
into a
raising the
business
price.
or what. Huh?
Oh my!
You think they're going to turn around and rent it and rent
I think they're going to raise the
rent?
That's what I think. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, for the love of Christ, they could just raise your rent and keep you from having to move. Jeez.
That would be nice. They said they didn't really give us a reason why. They just said they're choosing not to renew the lease. So for personal reasons or for whatever, I don't know. It could be. It's like tough. Managed by a LLC. You know, like they've got property management. And whenever I talk to the landlord, she works for an LLC. So I think it's the LLC that actually owns the building. I think it's a corporation or whatever. And so they're so kindly booting us out.
How long
We've
were
been
you at your
looking for the
previous?
last 3 weeks, and there's just the prices they've gotten ridiculous. It's so sad. How are people supposed to, with fuel prices going up? You know, people still got to go to work. They got to do what they got to do to survive. But it's going to be more expensive just to survive, you know. And I started watching preppers like 2-3 years ago. And my oldest daughter teases me. She calls me a doomsday prepper.
Oh boy.
Because I told her I wanted a bunker in the backyard. I said, it's just smart, okay? But anyway, yeah, she teases me all the time. She's teased me all the time, and I'm looking at her now going, what do you got now? I said, you better be prepping, young lady. I said, you got my grandbabies and you got to take care of them. I am, Mom. Okay, you better be. Well, she doesn't like her idea, and this is a start, is buying a little extra at the grocery store, but then she doesn't separate it. It's mixed in with her entire pantry. So it's fair game. It will get used and probably not replaced right away.
Sure.
So that's a problem because you can't, like, you have to be able to separate it and save it, you know?
Right.
I have to be careful with that too, because like hubby will eat everything in the house when he gets the munchies. So I have to tell him.
Well, and one thing that I worry about with all of the stuff that I have here is that I won't rotate it out and it might go bad. And that bothers me.
Well, just because that's a suggested use by date, it doesn't mean that it's spoiled by that.
Well, and that's true too, especially
things do last longer. What the secret and the key is knowing which things have a quicker turnover.
Right.
Like tomato products don't keep very long.
Right.
They really don't, especially in cans. Will you stop? Stop it, you little pest. He's sticking his claws in.
And I don't have a lot of stuff. I mean, I might have them a month or two.
Y'all should see my kitchen table. It's covered in stuff I've been canning. And I've been learning how to can everything. I told you last time. So far I've only lost, I think, 2 jars out of all the stuff I've canned, where one of them I was able to save and use, and it was my chicken.
Oh, good.
The same night it was cooling off, I noticed the lid didn't seal. I could feel it. So I put it in the fridge. Right away. And I made, a few days ago, I made a chicken taco casserole. Turned out really good. So there are prepper meals you can make using your food storage, but yeah. Yeah. There are a lot of great.
I'm sorry to hear that you're under that kind of stress. That's got to be tough.
It's always something. I just wait for the next thing. It's like, you got one glove up going, bring it. Bring it. At least that's me, Vita Loca.
And here I sit waiting for the next bomb to drop.
Don't use that word. That's a joke.
Yeah, sorry. It was a figure.
Shoe. The next shoe to drop. That's the word.
Yeah, shoe.
But I don't know. I mean, just think it's wise to be prepared for anything. Anything. But
the main reason that I do it, because I live in a hurricane zone.
I can't find 5-gallon buckets around here. Everybody's sold out of them.
Well, it's probably because.
Like, are you serious?
Yeah.
I even tried the delis and stuff, asking if, hey, you guys throwing those away? I'll take them off your hands. So I don't know what's the difference. I'm going to end up paying too much for 5-gallon buckets. That's just what's going to end up happening.
Well, there's probably been a run on them here recently.
Right. But Walmart literally did not have any in stock, and you couldn't order them because it said they were out of stock. So of the
Home Depot?
Are the ones I can afford. $4 a bucket kind of thing.
Right.
$5, something like that. And their food, they have to be food grade. That's the thing. So you have to.
Well,
they have
oh
to
yeah.
recycle food. And then it's just smart to get a liner. But I want to buy a bunch of flour and sugar. I've been already storing up dry beans and rice, but I need more. You know.
Yeah.
Right now I have those in like a big pickle jar, but they really should, like, to do any more, they should go in a 5-gallon bucket. We use a lot of pinto beans.
Yeah.
So I want to do a 5-gallon of pintos.
Can you dry can them?
You can dry can beans, yes. Yes, you can.
Yeah.
But that's a lot of jars.
It is.
I'd rather have just a huge 5-gallon bucket or two of pintos. And same thing with the rice.
What about Mylar bags?
You can put them in Mylar bags, but the problem with that is they could pop. So it's better if you're going to do a Mylar bag to put it in a 5-gallon.
In the bucket. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
They even sell bucket liners purposely for food storage that are not Mylar, that are more affordable.
I see.
For that purpose, yeah. But I don't know where you can find them either. No, I'm just kidding. Those are, I think you can find online. But buckets, I'm having that. I don't want to have to order them and have them delivered because the stupid mailman will leave them right on my front porch all day. If I don't know who delivered them, they could get stolen.
Well, and not only that, then people will know what you're up to.
Well,
if they see them,
they're not going to know they're buckets. But
right.
If anybody came into my house, it's obvious what I've been up to because you can't see my kitchen table anymore.
Oh my!
It's covered in jars. I have some in the kitchen I got to bring out and put on the table. I don't have a pantry. And I don't have the cupboard space here. So it's like, what am I going to do with all this?
The only pantry space I have is right here behind me.
But I know we're moving, so.
Yeah.
Hopefully the new place will have more storage spaces, or if not, I can maybe find
at least a pantry, right?
Yeah, we're supposed to go look at one this week. We were supposed to go look at it today, but it was so nasty out.
Yeah.
It snowed all day. It's like,
Did it?
Yeah. Uh-huh.
I'm looking for that video that I watched today.
You watched a video?
Yeah, about a woman. Marcel posted a video of her soup.
Oh, I haven't seen that yet, but okay.
It's oh God, what was the name of it? Fideo.
Yeah,
so
Fideo. That's Mexican. Yeah, it's little Mexican pasta. So tiny little short.
Yeah.
Or that you can.
This other woman, I was trying to find it because this other woman did a similar video.
Yeah.
And she wanted to know which one it was, but I can't remember the name of the woman. It was a young person. And I'm looking and can't. I don't know why I can't. Guess I'll have to look for it. Yeah, it seems like there's just one thing happening after the next lately, doesn't it?
Yeah, a lot of people are going, oh, well, that's this. I love the rationalization that happens. This is what's wrong with the world today, folks. And I don't want to get on a soapbox or nothing. But if more people, put stock into scripture, they'd be a little more scared. Because there is a reckoning coming at some point.
And that's true. And also,
little things
I don't know,
like this.
See, I don't feel a lot of fear.
That's good. I don't either, but I'm more worried about keeping my family safe, especially since we're spread out so far.
Right.
That's the thing that worries me. Is I won't be able to help them because they're, my son's across the country, or
Right.
My daughter's in New York. What if they can't get here? Or what if I can't get there? So it's just, but it's not feasible to move all food storage. But there's safety in a number of bad things happen, and the worst things, the most things that we have to worry about are starvation, water, and then we've got to worry about bad people doing bad things.
Right.
Even good people doing bad things.
Right.
Things they wouldn't normally do because they're desperate. They have children to feed, or they might rob you and take your stuff,
Right.
Yeah.
It was a vicious circle because then you starve.
And then you're back to starving. So, and they say it's almost too late to try to start homesteading now. it's something that takes years to get accommodated to, acclimated to.
Yeah.
So, but they're saying, you can still start, just don't depend on that solely. So when I heard you talking about going to the store, I said, yes, because that's exactly what you should be doing. I'm canning, but I'm also buying stuff because there's no way I can catch up with a year's food supply in just a couple of weeks. I couldn't afford it. I don't have the energy. I don't think there's enough jars in this area that would allow me to do that. So
right.
I buy jars every time I am at the store that has them, just because I so believe that it's going to be needed. Especially if you look at, if we're going to be looking at paying more rent, utilities will probably go up. Everything's going to go up.
Yeah, because of the energy.
You got to take that into consideration, And the gas situation will affect everything.
The food prices, clothing prices, everything that gets shipped in for the truck.
Right.
Well, we don't just have the fuel prices that are going to increase. We've got truckers that are walking to Washington, D.C. to protest. And I'm not quite sure what all that's about because I haven't been paying attention. But
we have the worry of Russia, and so I'm just putting it out there that it's not. I don't think it's going to be as easy as some people. Some people are just downright complacent.
I agree.
There's just all hogwash. It's all they're blowing smoke up. It's like what? Why take that chance? You should be doing this anyway, because what if there was a flood, or what if an earthquake? What if a tornado, a hurricane? You never know what could happen, and it's just smart to be prepared for any situation.
I agree.
Don't just wait for signs to happen that say, "Oh, yeah," because this is what happens: is the toilet paper. The great toilet paper ration happened,
Right.
Famine, the toilet paper famine.
The great toilet paper shortage of 2020.
Right. Well,
we don't talk about 2020.
It's like I could go to the grocery store, and the one little mom and pop store, which was recently purchased by a family from said Middle East. They the mom and pop store. What was I going to say? I got sidetracked. Oh, I totally lost it, you guys.
It's okay.
I got Alzheimer's.
It'll come back to you.
What were we talking about? Say it again. We were talking about something specific. Oh, the people prepping. Oh, they had signs when the toilet paper thing was going on above the meat. And you could only buy 2 different selections of meat at one time.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. They had that, and they wouldn't let you buy more than 2.
Every day, or?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And they be courteous, save some for somebody else. So what happens is people think that preppers are the reason why there's shortages. That's
no. No.
Definitely, because preppers do a little bit at a time.
Exactly.
And they try to combine that with doing most of it themselves, or a lot of it themselves. Growing the food, storing the fruit, preserving it. I'm going to order a freeze dehydrator. That's all, folks. Tripping over my own tongue. Jeez Louise. But anyway, just that people, you just be smart. You don't have to go all crazy, but at the same time, don't be complacent either, because who's going to feed you when the government, makes it impossible for us to survive and feed ourselves? I mean, come on, think about it. It's crazy. Yeah, see, Dwayne gets it. Yep. There's just going to be so much going on, and it worries me a lot. I worry a lot. And a lot of that's because of my religious upbringing and what I believe will be happening. And I'm not a heretic. I do not go nuts with revelations. I think it's interpretation is everything, and I think some people get a little carried away with some of that, but I also don't disregard it either. I take it very seriously.
Right.
I just think that, if you're prepared, you have less reason to be scared. That's all.
Yeah.
And the motto, the prepper motto is, "Don't be scared, be prepared."
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
In every way, fashion possible. But
Well, I can't sit here and say I'm ready for
I'm
any
not
situation
ready.
or for, all of that. But again, one of my main reasons for doing what I do here is hurricane situations and natural,
Yes.
disasters.
Exactly.
But it helps with anything else that might happen as well in the event that anything else like that were to happen.
Do you know who Patera is? Patera?
Yes, I love her.
I love her to death. I figured you probably knew her. She's one of my favorite channels.
I love her channel.
That woman is so resilient. She's amazing.
She really is, and she does a lot of hard work.
Mm-hmm. I have a lot of respect for that woman, what she does.
Yeah.
Jess is another one, Roots and Refuge.
Yeah. I like her because she well, everything that they do is a lifestyle for them.
Well, and it wasn't always that way. It became when he became disabled, he had to think of something they could do to take care of their family. And she was already a vlogger for a gardening magazine or some kind of gardening rag.
Right.
So she had already she already loved the gardening thing and was already a vlogger, or blogger, whatever you want to call it. But they bought that land. They started in Arkansas about 7 years ago. They bought that for, it was the land they purchased. It was about 5 acres. It was a foreclosure.
Yeah.
For foreclosure thing. So they got the place pretty cheap, but they had to do a lot of work. Well, Jess, when he got hurt in the war, military, they retrained him. And what he chose to, for his voc rehab was changing to building, construction, carpentry. And so he learned a lot of valuable skills.
Mm-hmm.
And he's applied those, very creative and ingenuity with all of the stuff he did there at the previous farm and what they're doing now with the now I think 40 plus acres that they have.
Oh,
South
yeah.
Carolina, because
that new place of theirs is absolutely beautiful.
It is.
And I can't wait to see what they do with it. I mean, and they're doing stuff all the time.
I love it. I love watching channels grow. Mm-hmm. When I could say I started watching them 3 years ago and then they blow up. Like I have her book. I bought her book.
Did you?
Mm-hmm.
I've been watching them for probably about the same amount of time. Because when I started watching YouTube was it was 2017 when I started watching YouTube. And I started watching all these gardening channels because I was trying to find somebody who lived close enough to me where I could almost mimic planting times, because although I wasn't new to growing vegetables, I was trying to get better in this location.
It's your zone. Everybody lives in the zone.
Yeah. Now they were never in our zone, but I ran across her channel while I was on the hunt for someone in my zone. And so yeah. 18, 19, 20.
And they're in a different zone now, so it's going to be interesting.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's going to be interesting to watch.
I mean, she's amazing. I have no doubt that she'll succeed. But when she doesn't and something's an epic fail, she shares it.
Yeah.
For the learning experience, for everybody else.
Right, and she doesn't go buy carrots from the grocery store and try planting them around,
Right. That was another reason why they started homesteading, was one of their kiddos had such food allergies and sensitivities. And they said that, he needed to not eat anything processed anymore, anything GMO. anything that could be not as healthy as if they were to grow organically at home.
So he's basically on a whole food type diet.
Huh?
So he's basically on like a whole foods type diet.
Right. Well, she had to completely change how she was feeding them. And at first she was, because they couldn't afford it to be completely self-sufficient. She had to incorporate buy some and grow some. And then pretty soon she just said, you know what, we're never going to do this. We don't just jump off and do it now.
Right.
And so then they went completely self-sustainable lifestyle, and she went gung-ho with it.
It's pretty impressive what she was able to accomplish in such a short amount of time. Very impressive.
She's the mastermind behind the garden.
Yeah.
She's the mastermind behind the building and the construction. Like, she just tells him, this is what I want. She tells him what her vision is.
And he does it for her.
And he builds it. He finds
kind of like Poppy.
I love the swing that he put down by the pond for her.
Yeah, that's so nice.
They're so cute. They're so romantic. And,
yeah.
They're so
Welcome
sweet.
back, Patrick.
Patrick's like, are you done talking about this crap now? Can we get back to the epic wardrobe fails?
Or the Schlitz.
All about the Schlitz.
It is. It's all about the Schlitz.
We lost Marcel. She going 9-9.
But I did. My daughter went and rented a tiller last weekend and tilled up about half of her half-acre backyard.
My dad, we had the biggest gardens when I was growing up. We had a huge backyard. So the backyard, I'd say the lot was probably half acre, maybe a quarter of an acre. I'm not sure. But anyway, we had a huge front yard, huge backyard. So we still had this huge lawn, but beyond the lawn and all along the side of the house, my dad had planted a garden every year. We had the best gardens, but we had so much vegetables that we would have to doorbell ditch our neighbor with grocery sacks. My dad would say, take this to the neighbors.
I've been having to do that with eggs.
Embarrassing. But we didn't dare tell our dad, no, there's no way. We were like, okay, Dad. So we'd look, and then we'd put the bag of groceries down, ring the doorbell, run. Now, they always knew where it came from. Sure, my dad had the only garden in the neighborhood that was like as big as the house, It was huge, this massive garden,
I was really impressed with my daughter for doing that because she hates to garden. She says she's no good at it. She said blah, blah, blah. And I told her, I said, I'll help you. I've told you for years that I will help you. I'm not going to do it all for you, but I will help you. And so she's on her way. She has terrible soil. Terrible. It's nothing but.
My dad would go to, there was mushroom farms where I lived in California. That's the best compost.
Mushroom compost. I love it.
Use that. Every year he'd have a truckload of it delivered onto the driveway and the neighbors.
Oh, wow.
Mushroom shit compost.
That's what we call it.
And he was like, whoo, Ralph's doing his garden again.
When Wesley, because, they have it bagged now and you can buy it at Lowe's or Home Depot. And I'll tell him, I'm like, I need 24 bags of mushroom
That's
mushroom
It's very nutrient rich and very,
and it works beautifully. And a lot of people don't know that.
Soil, or compost, it amends the soil nicely.
I honestly would rather use that than the black cow or anything else.
And you're the first person I've ever talked to, by the way, that knows exactly
what mushroom Schlitz is.
Yeah. Most people are like, what? Mushroom what?
Mm-mm. That stuff's amazing.
Really
in fact, that's what I had in the garden that I had in my old house. That's what I used exclusively because I couldn't have chickens there. And now that I've got the chickens, I use a lot of chicken compost and I have rabbits. So I throw rabbit compost in there too.
That's the other thing our farmers aren't able to get their hands on is the nitrogen because China's hoarding it all.
Oh my God. Patera was the one saying the other day that a bag of I think it was either 18 was like $23 for a bag of fertilizer. I'm like, are you freaking kidding me?
Yeah, the nitrogen.
It's insane. I think last year I was paying about $12 for 10-10-10.
Yeah, I tell people, I was on a live streamer. We were talking about this. I said, so if you have a neighbor that has a chicken farm, you better go buddy up.
That's the truth.
Offer to clean out their chicken.
Well, and that's the thing. I told my daughter's neighbor has the same exact size yard that she does. And they have chickens. And I told her, I said, your soil is nothing but sand over here. There's nothing to it. I said, you're not going to be able to grow anything in this. There's nothing
it won't have
here.
A strong root foundation. It won't hold moisture.
I mean, something might grow, but it's going to be crap, you know? She's not going to get much.
Not going to get the nutrients it needs. That's right.
So I told her, I said, I'll bring you some of my compost. I said, but I don't have enough for all this land. So what you need to do is go over there and shovel out her chicken coop.
Yes.
Because it's a great big shed. I mean, it's like a 10 by 12 shed. I said, go over there and shovel out that chicken coop and throw it over the fence.
Mm-hmm.
And stick and just put it all over this. I said,
another nutrient-rich source of manure is horse manure.
Oh yeah,
they feed them alfalfa and oats, and I mean their manure is very nutrient-rich.
We have a bull farm right down the street. This guy breeds Brahmas and Angus and crosses them.
Mm-hmm.
And I told her, I said, if you really need some economical compost, go over there to, his name's Jingles. His last name is Jingles. I said, go over there to Jingles and see if he'll give you some of his bull crap. And she hasn't done it yet, but I told her, I said, you're going to need something more than just what you've got.
Yeah, she's got to make that soil firm up a bit.
And she should have been doing it last fall. And I told her that last fall. I said, get this thing tilled up now so you can put all the amendments in it and it'll be ready for spring. And I told her, I said, at this point, the best alternative you have is to go ahead and just get hot manure and throw it everywhere and try it.
Yeah.
I said, some things are going to burn up and some things are going to grow.
Well, she hasn't planted anything yet, right?
Mm-mm.
Yeah.
No, but
if she still has the tiller, just till in, have her go get chicken and cow manure and whatever she can, like if
well, and I think she's going to need some peat too.
She's got sand. So she needs to, beef up the soil basically.
She's going to need some peat. She's going to need some kind of nutrient. Good Lord. But I think the peat will help it hold on to the water. That's why I told her she needed to go get some of that.
Yeah, well, sand will help do that if it's mixed with like a clay soil. You want like the soil in California was clay dense. It was the red clay soil.
Right.
Stuff in the summertime was as hard as a rock.
Oh, I bet it was.
Yeah.
I bet it didn't move. And that, that's funny to me too, because California is the home of the landslide.
Exactly. And that's from all the fires. So what happens is the fires weaken the integrity of the fires burn deep below the surface of the soil. So it doesn't just, it's not just above ground. So when a forest fire happens in California, all those pine needles and everything that are laying on the bed of the forest, they actually, the fire will get into the ground because it's burning deep through that layer of pine needle and, everything else and pine cones. And so, it's just a recipe for disaster when it comes to the landslides, because then you don't have a strong root base anymore because
nothing can hang on.
A lot of it burned, and so it's not gonna. The rain comes, the mud happens, and then you've got a lot of ugliness.
Well, Patrick's going to bid us adieu.
Yeah.
Bye.
Bye, Patrick. Thanks
I'm
for
gonna head out
coming.
to.
Enjoyed it.
Marcel, she's still there in the background.
Yeah.
So
Sweet dreams.
I'm gonna get going. It's
Knock it off on a keyboard.
I know, but guys, I'm so glad I got to hang out with y'all tonight.
Oh, I am too, Marcel.
It's always awesome.
Yeah.
It is.
All right. I love y'all. I'm gonna go to sleep.
Good night, my dear. Sleep well.
Bye. Sweet
Bye.
Have a
dreams.
good day, Patrick.
Bye.
Bye-bye. Take care.
Next. I got next.
You got next?
I got next.
Hell, the party's over. See, Jules shows up, and there goes the party, man.
I've been in the Crown and Coke since about 6. It's about to get.
It's about to hit him.
Well, we don't care.
It's about to hit him.
Feel it.
You better hurry and run.
Get some rest, Rumpus. I'll take off too, so you can go to bed, Charlotte.
All right, my dear. Well, I will see you guys later then.
All right, we'll see you. You guys
take care, my dear. Thanks, guys. Thanks, everybody in the chat.
Bye, Dwayne. Bye.
See you next week.